Welcome to the 7th University of York YorkTalks. Welcome to those here in the Ron Cook Hub, and welcome to those watching on the live stream. My name's Charlie Jeffrey, I'm the Vice-Chancellor, and it's my enormous pleasure to welcome all of you here this morning to what's become a key event in our calendar. We started YorkTalks in 2014 as an enduring outcome, it's become an enduring outcome, of our year of celebrating the university's 50th anniversary in 2013. The aim was to showcase the incredible research that we do at the university by bringing together researchers from across the university community to share their ideas, explore future collaborations, talk about their life's work, and do all of that in 15 minutes each. So speakers, no pressure at all. And we're in a moment when experts, evidence and expertise have been derided, questioned and challenged. Well, we haven't had enough of experts. Amid that scepticism, we believe we have all the more responsibility as the University of York to demonstrate what we do, who we do it for, and what benefit our work brings to society. We do that for public good. I was very struck when I was looking at the debates around the foundation of the University of York in the 1960s, and one phrase really stuck in my mind. The research that this university was to do was to help ameliorate human life and conditions, or to put it in other words, to make the world a better place. Now, YorkTalks is a vital pillar of our activity in our desire to demonstrate that public good, our desire to take our research out of the university and to make the world a better place. It also connects to our student education. We want our students to absorb and be able to use the ideas our research generates so that they too can go on to make the world a better place, to help deliver that public good. This is one of our big activities to engage the wider community with our work. There are many others. We have the York Festival of Ideas, which takes place in the later spring, one of the largest free festivals of its kind in the UK. We have an open lecture series that runs through every term, and you may be interested in our forthcoming York Researchers' Night, which will take place at the Barbican on the 8th of February. And we'll see a range of academics delivering hands-on workshops, demonstrations and talks to our local community. Throughout today, we're going to hear 16 speakers from our 3 faculties in 4 sessions speaking about their work. Outside in the atrium, we have our PhD Spotlight, where 10 PhD students are demonstrating the work they're developing, and they're keen to talk with you about that work. And the PhD Spotlight is also a competition, so that the judges are also keen to hear from all of you as well. And the winners will be announced at the end of today over the drinks reception in the atrium. Now, our world is facing a range of profound challenges that will require responses like those you will hear about in the sessions today. These are challenges around climate change, how to deliver clean water and energy, around popularism, polarization, evidence-based decisions about healthcare investment, the safe use of robots and autonomous systems, loneliness and social isolation, poverty, food security and inequality, the intersection of culture and technology, antimicrobial resistance, environmental sustainability in the global south, and the importance of remembering and learning from history. Today we'll demonstrate how our speakers and their research are directly responding to those challenges. And we hope very much at the end of today that you will have a clearer sense that higher education and the research we do here at the University of York are forces for public good. Today we're also very fortunate to have 4 fantastic chairs to ensure that our speakers keep to time and to facilitate all of you being able to ask as many questions as possible. I would be delighted at this point to welcome our first chair, BBC Radio York journalist and presenter Ellie Fiorentini, if she had yet arrived. But she has not. She's been delayed, so until she does arrive, I shall be standing in. But later we'll welcome Dr. Helen Payne, Deputy CEO of the Royal Society of Chemistry, Dr. Tim Bradshaw, CEO of the Russell Group of Universities, and Kate Ravelos, science journalist. I want to take a kind of preemptive opportunity to thank all of our speakers. They've put a tremendous amount of work in setting out their work in a way that's accessible to our audiences. And this is an audience that ranges across our campus community, with many people also from across the city and its environs. Thanks to all of those chairs for being supportive of York Talks and giving up their time to be here. Thanks to all of those in the support teams who have made the day possible, especially in events communications and AV, but also our research excellence training team who support our PhD students. And finally, thanks to all of you for being here. It is actually standing room only, which is fantastic. There are one or two seats at the sides if those currently standing wish to fight their way through the rows to take them. Or if those in rows with empty seats could move along, then we will fit people in. Thank you very much. So with that, strap yourselves in tight and get ready for a fantastic day. And in place of Ellie Fiorentini, I am going to introduce our first speaker, who is Helena Daffern from the Department of Electronic Engineering, who is going to present on the topic Singing in a Virtual World, Understanding the Real-World Benefits of Singing Together. Helena.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. Oh, immoe, 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 oh, immoe. In the jungle, mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. The lion sleeps tonight. Oh, immoe, oh, immoe, oh, immoe, oh, immoe, oh, immoe, oh, immoe, oh, immoe. We've just formed a relationship. We've just coordinated our actions. We've interacted with each other. And I don't just mean you as a group, as a choir, with me as your conductor. I mean amongst yourselves. You've just formed some sort of interaction with each other that you otherwise wouldn't have done. We used gesture. I used quite large gestures. We used music. And more subtle, less obvious things such as expressions. You probably had a glance at your neighbour. You may not know your neighbour. You may not have interacted with them had I not started this talk in that way. Something happened that otherwise wouldn't have happened. And we did all of that with no words. So maybe there's something about that coordination of action, that interaction and social being in a group of people without words that is the reason that happiness is singing in a choir. I'm not going to ask that question right now. Do you feel happier than you did when you walked in that room? That would be a dangerous question to ask, probably. But there is no doubt that people believe this. Choirs are emerging all over the country and certainly the Western world. There are franchises emerging all the time, and it's become a massively popular activity. And you can find slogans like this all over the internet. But actually, it goes beyond that now, and there's an emerging body of research from various disciplines that show that singing together in a community choir situation is good for you. It's good for your well-being. And part of the reason that researchers can now look at that is because emerging technology allows us to measure things beyond, for instance, before and after taking part in a choir rehearsal, like we just did. So there's lots of research that's taken place that says people have been asked about psychological measures of well-being and happiness before and after they took part in singing. They've enjoyed it more. There are now clinical trials that have taken place to show that singing in a group seems more beneficial than other social activities that get you out of the house every week and joining in as part of a group. But now people are starting to look at physiological measures as well, and neurological measures, and we can actually measure these things while people are singing. Wonderful. So we can start to understand what it is about singing together that's good for you. However, there's a really big problem, which is that so much is going on, as we just saw. So how do we understand whether or not singing together is good for you, or it's actually about the connections that you are making with people? It's that interaction that's taking place, the otherness that is beyond words. And that's the question that I want to focus on today. And we are trying to look at whether we can isolate that and control for those social elements to then understand whether or not and what about singing together might be beneficial. And we were doing this through virtual reality technologies. So here we have our very first attempt at a virtual reality choir. And so we have a quartet stood here in St. Olave's Church in York. You might know it. And you might be able to see that they do have some of the sensors attached that you saw on the last slide. So for instance, little things on their fingers. These are shimmer devices that measure heart rate variability and galvanic skin response, which is essentially how much you're sweating, so that we can look at how stressed or aroused you might be while you're singing. Now, research has shown in other studies that as singers sing together, as you were doing at the beginning, if we'd carried on our regular phrasing and you were breathing together, as you breathe regularly together, your heart rate variability would actually begin to synchronize. So that's one of the measures that we were trying to test the feasibility of in this study. So this quartet, they sang in the church, as they always do as a quartet, various songs, and we took measures of how much they enjoyed the experience, how aroused they were. And then we re-recorded that quartet, replacing each singer with a 360-degree microphone and video camera, so that we could make a recording of each performance from the perspective of each singer. And then they could come to the audio lab and wear a virtual reality headset, and a small microphone on their cheek, you might be able to see it in that picture, which allows us to make them sound as though they're in the space of the recording. So as they're singing or speaking, they sound and see themselves, they hear and see themselves in St. Olave's Church, not in the audio lab. And they can see, in this case, the tenor, alto and soprano to their right, and they can sing along with them as though they are there in that space. But they can't communicate in real time. We've removed the social element of the experience. So what you're going to see on the next slide is a video of the alto when she came back to the audio lab to be part of her quartet, but this time in virtual reality. Hopefully you can hear that she doesn't sound like she's in the audio lab. When she's singing, she sounds like she's part of that quartet. Really important for us in building this virtual environment that it's realistic to the real environment. As soon as you hear yourself in a space that isn't the one you see yourself in, then the realism, the immersion in our virtual reality world will be lost. And we need it to be as immersive and realistic as possible for us to keep everything the same apart from that interaction. So we were really surprised at how much the singers enjoyed singing in virtual reality. They all reported to us verbally that it was great, and they absolutely felt like they were there. It was like the real thing. Just occasionally, if they went wrong, it was a bit odd that the rest of the choir didn't adapt, which is what you would do in a real situation, or indeed give a dodgy look. So, no, none of that happened. But they really enjoyed it. They felt it was really realistic. Interestingly, when we've had an initial look at the data, suggests they didn't actually respond in the same way in the virtual and the real world. So there is something different happening, but they really enjoyed it. This made us think, well, we've got an opportunity here. We can use this virtual reality singing experience to get people who don't like singing, I won't sing in front of people, to come and sing in our virtual reality choir. So that's what we did. We invited people, we upgraded our rig, thanks to Gavin in the audio lab, who found some money down the sofa. So we now have an excellent spatial experience, so the audio became even better. And we got singers to come and try out our virtual reality experience. And they all said, oh, it's really realistic. Well, it turns out you can't have your cake and eat it. We can't say, we've made this amazing virtual reality experience, now come and sing, because they can't hear you. Well, but if it's really good, then I'm still massively intimidated by these really good singers, and I don't want to sing with them. So that's what we found, that actually people were still intimidated, still felt inhibited to sing in our virtual reality experience, because it was really good. Okay, so, and you might think, well, yeah, actually, if I was stood in that quartet, I'd feel a bit inhibited too. So maybe we can do something that's community experience. And the stars aligned for a project with the National Trust, where they wanted to commemorate the gifting of land from the end of the Great War with some sort of event that didn't leave a trace on their landscape, because that's the thing they're trying to celebrate. So they created a project of a community choir hiking up summits in the Lake District and singing a song cycle. Fabulous project if you can hike to summits in the Lake District. So that's where we come in. We made a virtual reality experience of these performances, where you could experience the fabulous event without needing to be there, both as an audience member or as a choir member. So some people were members of the choir, but they couldn't do the hiking, so they did all the rehearsals. So we installed this in Keswick Museum so that people could come along, put on a virtual reality headset, and now we've adapted it also for headphones, and people could come along and take part in the experience. And again, overwhelmingly, people really enjoyed it. Some people sang, some people didn't sing, and that was fine, but they still enjoyed the experience a lot. So now, we think about the next step. Can we make this an experience to help people who can't get out of the house as part of a community choir engage in this virtual reality experience? And so we partnered with Age UK and have been going into care homes and taking outdoor singing experiences. And we've been recording more and more singing experiences. And we've now created a website that allows people, depending on what technology you have at home. So if you have a VR headset at home and headphones, then you can do it in full VR. You can do it on your mobile phone or through YouTube. And I'm going to show you our YouTube channel now, if I can switch screens, please. So you can interact with this. It's 360 degrees. If you were wearing headphones, you would feel the full immersion of our full virtual reality experience. So if you turn towards one of the singers, you would hear them in front of you. You won't get that full experience now, but I'll show you how it works.
One,
Yep, she says.
two, I want. Two.
Oh, when the saints go marching in, oh, when the saints go marching in, I want to be in that number. Oh, when the saints go marching in, oh, when the saints go marching in, oh, when the saints go marching in.
So you get the idea. You can click on your mouse and scroll around the experience. So we've created a controlled environment. We've removed the social element, the interaction in singing together using virtual reality. Now, we want to bring the social element back in so that we can maximize the impact for those people in care homes, etc. So we want to understand what well-being is, what in terms of singing together, what elements of singing together improve well-being, and use that understanding to inform the next steps for our virtual choir to build back in the social elements and have a real-time virtual choir across spaces. And that's our great plan for the future. Thank you. And thank you for being here.
Than I did before the start of that session. So thanks very much, Helena. We'll move straight on to Anna Cavalcanti from the Department of Computer Science, who is going to speak to the topic From Computer Says No to Robot Says Yes, Engineering a Positive Future for Robotics. Anna, please.
Computers say no. Many of you will have heard that. And my bet is that if you ever use the computer, it will have said no to you at some point. It will have presented you with a problem. There is the dread blue screen. There is the situation when you're typing and nothing's happening. The screen is frozen. That's what I mean by the computer says no. It behaves in an unexpected and unhelpful way. What about robots? Can we trust that robots will always behave as expected? Can we trust that robots will always say yes to us? There is a lot of interest in robotics in the media. If you remember that autonomous vehicles are robots, I think that's clear. The UK government has identified 8 great technologies that will have a profound impact on our economy in the future, and robotics is one of them. There are several predictions for the size of the robotics market in the future, and they are all of the order of billions and billions of pounds. So what's going on? Basically, at the moment, robots are working normally in factories, inside cages, away from humans. But there have been extraordinary advances in electronics, in mechanics, and artificial intelligence, and we are now developing applications where the robots are coming to work near us, sometimes in collaboration with us, with humans. And robots can be very useful in environments where humans cannot be. Nuclear reactors, the deep sea, the space, but they can also be very useful near us. For example, a medical robot can operate with a precision that's not possible for the human hand. Robots have the possibility of improving our environment in offices, in hospitals, in airports. Robots have the possibility of providing assistive care for the elderly. Robots have the possibility of providing education and entertainment for our children. But in all these situations where the robots are working next to us, there is a concern about trust. There's a concern about safety, for example. If a robot is strong enough to help an elderly person to get up from a chair, the robot is strong enough to hurt that person, and we cannot have that. So, what can we do about this? What is the position that we are? There are several issues related to establish the trustworthiness of a robot. And what I'm going to talk to you about today are the issues related to the software that controls those robots. A piece of software is an engineering artifact, just like a car or a building or a laptop. But as a society, we have a very lax view of software. If a bridge collapses, there is a public outcry, most likely even legal action. If I buy a laptop and, I don't know, the screen is cracked, I want my money back or I want a new laptop. But if the software that's running that laptop doesn't work, I'm very happy to say, perhaps I need to reset it. Or perhaps there will be an update. And updates come over and over again. My whole career as a researcher has been about changing this situation. Why cannot software engineers provide the same sort of guarantees that a civil engineer can give, for example? What's the problem? Blame the tools, not the engineers. Our software engineering community is extremely successful. Our society depends on our software infrastructure very fundamentally these days. I'm guessing that most of you have a smartphone on you. You are carrying a lot of software on you. If you go and buy a pint of milk, you are relying on a lot of software infrastructure. All the way from the farm, farmers are using automated machines controlled by software to milk their cows. To the shop, when software allows you to pay for your milk, allows the shopkeeper to control their stock, interact with the delivery system that uses lots of lorries, where a lot of software is running. If the software infrastructure in our society overnight stopped working, society would go to a standstill very quickly. And this reflects the brilliance of our software engineers. So what's the problem? The problem is that they need models. They need to work with models, mathematical models that underpin their practice, just like any engineer. You cannot imagine, it's inconceivable to think that a civil engineer is going to start the project of a new building by laying some bricks. And laying bricks is to civil engineering like writing lines of code, writing programs, developing, actually creating the software, is to software engineering. That's not where you start. So a civil engineer, we know how they work. They write some plans, they build some maquettes, and they use those to discuss their design with their stakeholders, but also to analyze and predict the properties of their designs, to make sure that the building is not going to collapse, that it's going to provide adequate service, water, electricity, and so on. And software engineers can work like that. The mathematical principles that underlie software engineering are already known. In many areas of application, they are used. The techniques based on these mathematical principles, which are called formal methods, are used very successfully. And the trick is specialization for the domains of application. And roboticists do not have the specialized techniques yet. How do roboticists work? Roboticists use extremely advanced techniques when it comes to the development of the electronics and mechanical aspects of their artifacts. When it comes to the software engineering, the practice is very outdated. They basically start by writing code, laying some bricks. Many start writing a simulation, and you could say a simulation is a model, but it's not a mathematical model that allows you to reason about your artifact. It is code, right? And so that's how they start, not using models. And in that situation, they may face problems, as you can expect if a civil engineer started laying some bricks. That's not how you do it. And what do they then have? The code is the only thing they have in hand. They write it and they try it. They try it on the robot, in lab conditions or in the real world if possible. It's not always possible. They observe the behavior. If there is a problem, they go back to the code, change, and try again, and again, and again. In the end, what can they say? What can they assert? All they can say is that I didn't find a situation where a problem occurs. They cannot say there is no situation where the robot is going to misbehave. They cannot even say these are all the situations in which the robot will not misbehave, and therefore these are the situations in which I can guarantee the behavior of the robot. They don't have that. For that, they need models. And what does a model for a software engineer looks like? It looks like a recipe, a step-by-step description of what the software, of what the robot should be doing. And now, with this question of recipes, I'll run a parallel with my mother's recipe. I have to be very careful about what I say about my mother on the record. She has lovely recipes that she kindly shares with me, but they are not precise. They say things like, cook until it's a little brown, or put a pinch of salt. And often I have to call her and ask, what do you mean? Even worse, sometimes I don't realize that I have to call her, and here's what I get, instead of that lovely cake that I wanted to do. And roboticists have the same problem. Many try to write the recipe for their robot. Here's an example. I don't need you to understand the details of that diagram, but that diagram is an attempt for colleagues. This is taken from a paper in the area of robotics. It is an attempt to describe the recipe, the step-by-step behavior of the software for their robot. But it's not a model. It's not precise. It's not backed up by mathematics. We tried to use that, and we couldn't understand what that diagram is presenting. If a civil engineer picks up a piece of paper and sketches some plan of a building, that's not a model. That cannot be used by the civil engineer to ensure or provide evidence that their building will be good. It is just a drawing. So my work, and the work of my research group called RoboStar, is to develop notations, tools, and techniques that allow a roboticist to write their models in a precise way and with strong mathematical underpinnings. So that's an example. Again, I don't need you to understand the details of that, but it's an example of a model that you can write for a robotic software using our notations. Because it's precise, it can be backed up by a tool. Because it has mathematical underpinnings, we can be sure of the properties that we can deduce from the use of those models. So we are developing tools for these notations that we are defining. We are embarking on a 10-year program funded by the UK Research Council, the PSRC, and by the Royal Academy of Engineering, to a value of more than £5 million at the moment. And our remit is to specialize techniques, specialize the mathematical principles to allow us to use software engineering techniques in the area of robotics. So you have there a video with a demonstration of our tool as it exists now. There are very challenging and very exciting issues that we need to address in this robotic area. A robotic software does not run on a desktop or on a laptop. It runs on a robotic platform that influences and is influenced by the environment. And the environment is no longer the environment of a factory. It is no longer the environment that is static and well organized. There is a lot of uncertainty in the environment of our streets, of our hospitals, of our home, and that uncertainty makes the mathematics that we need to reason about this software we use in this context extremely challenging, but extremely exciting. So we are, in our group at the moment, moving to work and cater for the mathematical foundations to deal with the robotic platform, to deal with the environment. And the tool that's been demonstrated there, it can already cater for the software. So it can already, in an automatic way, directly from the models that the roboticists write, provide automatically reports like that that's shown there for you. Those reports, they are showing that for properties that have been identified as important for that particular software, it is showing that those properties are valid. And that's before we even started writing any line of code. We know that those properties will hold. Sometimes the report comes back and says, no, they don't hold. So again, before I wrote any line of code, I say, okay, there is a problem in my design. I need to revise my design, which is much cheaper than trying to rewrite code, right? And I get that feedback automatically. These techniques can also provide you with other important artifacts for software engineers. It can automatically give me the simulations. It can automatically give me the tests. It can automatically give me even a sketch for the code that I will eventually use. So this is the future that we see. As we evolve and we can cater for more and more aspects of a robotic system, our expectation is that roboticists will be able to provide consistent, good outcomes. They will get the recipes right and get for us good systems, good robotic applications that we can trust. They will never go back to be writing lines of code as their very first step. And in that situation, where we can provide evidence that we can trust the systems that are being produced, we will then be comfortable to have these robots around us, helping our elderly with day-to-day tasks, perhaps, interacting with our children, helping us in the offices, around the university, in our homes, everywhere. And in that context, the robots will always say yes. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. The University of York has a particular reputation for thinking hard and creatively about how we can trust robotic systems and work with them in a secure and safe way. And I think we've got a bit of insight about how we're doing that. So thank you so much. Next is Florian Bloch from the Department of Theatre, Film, Television and Interactive Media, who is going to explain to us how interactive competitive esports are revolutionizing digital creativity and providing deep insights into human cognition. Florian, over to you.
Thank you. So that's quite the title, obviously. And you know, it's totally fine if that title doesn't make sense to you at this point. And I'm hoping that some of you will trip over the word esports. I just wanted to do a quick show of hands. Who has heard of the word of esports? Okay, quite a bit. Who has played esports? Okay. Who has absolutely no idea what esports are? Okay, right, okay. So, esports are video games that are played competitively by professionals and, just like traditional sports, watched by really large audiences. And the background image here that you can see is an esports arena. It's actually the Birmingham NEC arena, full with 20,000 esports fans. On that stage that is lit, you would have people playing video games against each other. And on these screens, you see what's happening in the virtual world. And so I've put that sort of demon-like creature there in the foreground because a lot of the time people who first hear esports have this conception that that's digital version of real sports like football, right? And that's certainly true. You've heard Guardian articles about major football clubs acquiring esports players to play the virtual football game. But actually by far the more popular titles are things like virtual card games or fantasy games with swords and magic, right? So you need to know that for the rest of this to make sense. And the way that esports is broadcast at the moment is very much like traditional sports. So on the left side, you've got football, so you have a view on the pitch, you've got a commentary that explains to you what's going on, and then pre and post game, you've got a panel of experts and pundits that break down the match. And on the right, you see an esports called Dota 2. So you have a virtual camera, you still look down on the virtual arena, on the virtual pitch. You have some maybe picture-in-picture of the actual players, the physical players that actually control the in-game characters. And then you have the post-game narrative. And sort of esports have experienced this meteoric rise over the last 2 decades. And I'd like to show you 2 clips. One from 2000, which depicts one of the first esports events, and then afterwards one how esports looks today. Okay. Now this is 2019.
11 years, this, one of the biggest esports events in the world, has toured the planet.
These are those moments I don't think anybody on that stage is going to forget. 5 different nationalities.
We're getting 13,000 fans screaming their heads off here in an arena, and just we're all feeling it together, right? You just cannot help but ride that energy wave that just goes pounding through Lanxess every time.
I think that's enough of a sample. So these clips are courtesy of ESL, which is a very close industry partner of York, and I'll mention them later. But you know, you can see, so esports take a lot of the traditional TV broadcast, but it's really at the convergence of a very exciting new genre. So it takes in from video games, telling stories across physical spaces and virtual spaces. And it's also really it's very integrated with social media. So the audience that we're dealing with are really, really, truly the audience of the future. So they're very young audiences. In 2019, 445 million people watched esports around the globe. And these are young audiences, they're tech savvy, and actually contrary to intuition, they're actually increasingly diverse, better than many traditional sports, so 30%, for instance, of viewers now are female. But they don't longer want to just sit there and passively consume. They're Generation Z, they're millennials, they want to interact and experience their sports in a different way. And so, you know, I've been leading the esports research group at the Digital Creativity Lab since 2016. And then 2 years ago, the government decided to put out a challenge as part of their industrial strategy. And that was, how can new immersive technology, so virtual reality and augmented reality, change the way that audience in the future experience live sports entertainment, or entertainment in general? And so we thought this is absolutely brilliant because we've got the audience of the future here right now on our doorstep. And so we're very thrilled that we've won as part of this program, a flagship project in 4 categories was awarded. And we are the bottom right. We got the one for sports entertainment. But we are super proud to be in the company of some of the UK's biggest cultural institutions. So Ardman, Wallace and Gromit won the Moving Image category. Natural History Museum and Science Museum won the Visitor Experience category. Royal Shakespeare Company in Performance. And then it's us with ESL. And you know, ESL is a fantastic company, globally operating with a branch in the UK. They alone cater for half of the esports audience worldwide. So they're a fantastic industry partner. And we call this project Weaver. It's quite cryptic. It's commercially, on the commercial side, it's led by ESL. From the research side, it's led by us here at York. And we're working with a bunch of really fantastic companies. Just as an example, Doc10 are in Manchester, Media City. They produce The Voice and all of BBC's and ITV's shows. So fantastic consortium. And Weaver sets out a vision. And I want to explain that vision to you with a traditional sport analogy to make it more accessible. So imagine an experience of live sports in which you can teleport from your living room into the stadium, fly around the pitch, and assume your favorite player's perspective. Imagine the experience seamlessly blending virtual and physical worlds, stretching across coffee tables, walls, TV screens, and mobile devices. Imagine commentary that is tailored to your needs and interests, visualizations and statistics that give you personalized insights into strategy and performance that you never had before. Imagine having a coach next to you who explains to you how you could improve your own gameplay if you're a football player. And imagine doing all of this without boundaries, geographic boundaries, with people from all around the world. And it's safe to say that this kind of vision is impossible to produce with current production techniques. Imagine now we not only have to produce one story for 1 million people, we have to produce 1 million stories. And not just that, we have to do it in real time. So as the unpredictable action in the games unfold. And the grand challenge behind this, and one of the specialties we bring to the table here at York, is AI and machine learning in the context of digital creativity. So when you talk about AI, immediately you have to talk about data. So what really sets esports apart from traditional sports is that they take place in a virtual world. So it's extremely data rich. So every match that is played, we have the exact data of how the athletes move, the in-game character move, every muscle movement. It's analogous to having an entire data set about football match of all the movements of the players. And so we don't only have video capture, we have that raw data capture. And when you have the data about these matches, and bear in mind there's millions of matches played every day in esports, AI can do some incredibly new things, and we can actually make this vision happen in the here and now, and more specifically over the next year. So imagine if I told you that Ronaldo has run 5.4 miles in the first half of a match. So that alone doesn't mean a lot, but what we've basically created is a data middleware that quote-unquote watches millions of previous matches, and then for any given live game tells us the special things that happen, the highlights, the extraordinary performances. And that's a tool that we use to fuel some of these new experiences. This sounds very techy, but in fact, what really makes us unique here around video games and artificial intelligence in York is that we have a really broad spectrum of disciplines. So from AI to data-driven storytelling, visualization, analytics, but we also interact with sociology, psychology, and learning science, and user experience design. So we'll really look at the holistic way of translating this data into meaningful stories that means something to people. All right, so this is a quick outtake of one of the games that we work with. It's extremely complex. There's tons of things happening, and you would be, I will tell you that even seasoned and experienced viewers only catch a small part of what the action actually is, right? So the challenge is to make the complexity, to break down the complexity and make it more meaningful to people. And in sports, this is done with graphics such as this. So you have experts that annotate formations, that highlight players, and that's also based on some very basic data. Now, with the data that I've described to you, we can do basically that 100-fold, right? We can automate this process. We can let AI detect these special moments. And I want to show you a few videos of products we've produced in the project as a consortium that use York's, we call it narrative engine, to engage the audience. You don't have to understand the actual content, obviously, but imagine you're watching a live game. It's happening right now. You're either in the arena or you're at home. You can see the players running around the arena in real time. So this provides you with a second screen experience. Our AI middleware generates these stories, these extraordinary moments. So you can see, this person is doing really well. And depending on who you are, these stories will be different. So if you're a novice, it will be more high-level items. If you're very much a fan and you're interested in one specific player, you get more information there. We also have more. We have overlays and statistics embedded in this. For virtual reality, we have this, imagine teleporting into sort of a war room-like experience. So you see the virtual arena laid out in front of you. You can move around. You can see it from different perspectives. You get the different stories and the highlights. This particular one also allows you to teleport then in the actual physical arena. So if you're at home, you can then teleport. It doesn't come across quite as well, but if you're in VR, you can essentially stand on the stage on that esports event, look out like I'm looking out on you now, onto the audience, and see the professionals perform. It's a really immersive experience. Now, I think, esports in their own right are a very valid target for research. The UK has the world's 5th largest video game market. So economically and culturally, esports in the UK and globally are very, very meaningful. But the one thing that excites us is essentially we're tackling a challenge that's very, very much a critical one for the 21st century. We're trying to translate very complex data using AI and human elements of creativity into stories that appeal to and are meaningful to non-expert audiences, to people who are not actually data scientists, who don't know data analysis. And we really see esports as a lens to look at how we can make complex data palatable and meaningful and engaging in all sorts of other areas. So as an example, I know as a parent, we always cringe a little bit when we think about kids in video games, but they play it. We'll get over it. They will do it, and they won't stop. And but what we're realizing is that data and the tools that we have created that use AI to break down complexity. Now, it won't surprise you maybe now at the end of this talk that the same data that we're using for the professional games that I've just shown you also exists for any amateur or friendly match. So in Dota, in this particular esports, over 1.2 million matches are recorded every day, okay? So, and we can have the kids who play these games can access this data as well. So we're starting a collaboration with this National STEM Learning Center here on campus and other educators to leverage that passion that people have and that particularly the young learners have for video games. We're trying to take some of that out and make them acquire the equivalent of physical fitness, which is mental fitness. So in traditional sports, we go out on the pitch, you have a benefit, a residual benefit that transfers into your life. in esports, we think there's a very high potential to foster mental fitness, critical thinking, data literacy, and evidence-based reasoning. And with that, I want to conclude, and thank you very much.
If I can just have your attention. Okay. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the second session of York Talks. And I have to say, it is fantastic to see so many of you here. I really think York Talks are such an excellent opportunity to learn from the university's research community, and I really hope that the next hour and a half is a great opportunity for you to hear some fantastic talks. We've got 4 very inspirational speakers, but also for you to ask questions. So we have 4 talks for you, and then there'll be an opportunity for about 30 minutes of question and answers. But before you begin, I would just like to point you to the health and safety notice. So if there is a fire, then obviously there's information there, and staff will be on hand to guide you to a point of safety. So my name is Helen Payne. I'm the Deputy Chief Executive of the Royal Society of Chemistry, and I also chair the UK's Science Council. So I've been involved in the science community for my whole career, for now around about 26 years, and I'm very pleased to see a few chemists in the audience, who I'm sure I'll have the opportunity to catch up with you afterwards. So in chairing the next session, this will comprise of a range of talks exploring the relationship between climate change and carbon dioxide refineries, microbial and anaerobic digestion and clean water, the secret world of Archaea, and also sustainability in African communities. And it just goes to show that there is such interdisciplinarity across all of our sciences, and it really does show the leadership and opportunity and the new technologies that are available to advance science. So I'm very pleased to invite our first speaker of the morning, Professor Mike North from the Department of Chemistry, and he is going to speak to us about the carbon dioxide refinery, turning the challenge of climate change into a solution.
Thank you very much for the invitation and for the introduction. So humankind is about to face the biggest challenge in its history. Over 90% of all commercially available organic chemicals are sourced from crude oil. So what, you may say? Who cares? Well, organic chemicals are what we make pharmaceuticals, healthcare products, synthetic fibers, cosmetics, paints, liquid crystal displays, flavors, fragrances, and a great many other products from. Without them, our lives would be much shorter and of much lower quality. Unfortunately, fossil fuels such as crude oil will not last forever. The latest figures from BP suggest that known reserves of oil will be exhausted in 50 years' time. Known reserves of gas will last for 53 years, known reserves of coal for 134 years. Now, the good news is these figures are almost certainly wrong because they're based on a very simplistic analysis of the data. But they do serve to illustrate that we are using supplies of fossil fuels far faster than they can possibly be replenished, and our rate of use is increasing as the number of people on the planet increases and as we all get wealthier. Not only is our use of fossil fuels unsustainable, it's also resulting in ever-increasing levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So if we want a green and pleasant future, then it's essential that we wean the chemicals industry off its addiction to crude oil and onto sustainable feedstocks. A direct consequence of the fact that we live in a that we rely on fossil fuels is that we live in a linear economy, in which we take resources out of the ground, convert them into something that's of use to us, then throw them away. This is directly responsible for the 2 biggest challenges facing the planet: climate change and marine plastic pollution. We generate energy by taking fossil fuels out of the ground, burning them, and then dumping the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere where it causes climate change. We make plastics from crude oil, which again we take out of the ground. We use many of those plastics only once. Then we throw them away into landfill, from where they make their way through rivers to the oceans and cause marine plastic pollution. In contrast, in a circular economy, there is no waste. items are designed to be manufactured from sustainable feedstocks and to be not only used, but repeatedly reused. When they can no longer be reused, they are designed to be repaired or remade. At the end of their lives, they can be recycled into a different useful product. And eventually, they can be broken back down into the same building blocks from which they were made, and then remade into either the same or a different item again. So if we want to tackle major global challenges such as climate change, it is essential that we switch the world economy from a linear economy to a circular economy. And my research and my talk today is based on the idea that carbon dioxide itself can be an excellent feedstock for a future sustainable chemicals industry, and this would be an example of a circular economy. Now, there's no shortage of waste carbon dioxide. We generate vast quantities of it, burning fossil fuels to generate energy. The chemicals industry is also a major producer of waste carbon dioxide, particularly during cement production, aluminium production, and iron and steel manufacture. And of course, we can get carbon dioxide from the Earth's atmosphere. The atmospheric concentration of carbon dioxide has now reached 410 parts per million, which corresponds to 3,000 million kilograms of carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere, freely available to anybody who wants it anywhere on the planet. No delivery charges. Carbon dioxide is the ultimate egalitarian source of carbon for a future chemicals industry. The concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has now reached such a high level that it's becoming critical that we find something else to do with waste carbon dioxide. And there are three possibilities. Carbon capture and storage involves taking waste carbon dioxide, purifying it, transporting it, then dumping it underground and hoping like mad that it stays there. It is a continuation of the linear economy that we live in, and it treats carbon dioxide as waste. Carbon capture and storage is also an extremely expensive process that produces nothing of value at the end of it, and therefore, whilst it may be good for the environment, it will always be bad for profit. Now, there is a variation on carbon capture and storage called enhanced oil recovery, in which the captured carbon dioxide is forced down a partially depleted oil well to force more oil to come out of the well. Of course, when that oil is eventually burnt, it produces even more carbon dioxide, which needs to be treated and disposed of. So not surprisingly, enhanced oil recovery is very popular with oil companies as it allows them to make more profit, but it is bad for the environment, and it is potentially a very dangerous pyramid scheme because more carbon dioxide is generated burning the oil than was pumped down the well in the first place. Fortunately, there is a third possibility, which is carbon capture and utilization. And this treats carbon dioxide not as a waste, but as a valuable resource. It's good for the environment. It's also good for profit because we're making a valuable saleable product from the carbon dioxide. And the carbon dioxide can be used to make chemicals or fuels that would otherwise have to be made from fossil fuels. Now, one issue with carbon capture and utilization is that there is a difference in scale between waste carbon dioxide production and chemicals production. And in fact, only 5% of all the waste carbon dioxide that we generate each year would be enough to make all of the organic chemicals that we need in a year. So it looks like you can't make much of an impact on the carbon dioxide problem by making chemicals. But of course, chemicals are not the only thing that we can make from carbon dioxide. We can also make fuels, replacements for natural gas, for petrol, for diesel, for aviation fuel, which we would normally get from fossil fuels. And that would consume the other 95% of the waste carbon dioxide produced in a given year. And it's instructive to look at what happens at present in a petrochemical refinery. So about 70% of crude oil is currently converted into transport fuels. About 25% is converted into non-transport fuels. And only between 3 and 4% of crude oil is used to make chemicals. And yet, that 3 to 4% of the mass which makes chemicals provides over 40% of the profit for a petrochemical refinery. If you think petrol's expensive, it's not because the petrochemical companies are making a lot of profit out of it, it's all down to the tax that the government levies on it. The petrochemical companies make most of their money on a kilogram for kilogram basis from making chemicals, not making fuels. So that brings me then to the concept of a carbon dioxide refinery. We take impure waste carbon dioxide and we refine it using carbon capture to produce pure carbon dioxide. 95% of that purified carbon dioxide we would combine with renewable hydrogen to make fuels. And that would provide 50% of the profit for the carbon dioxide refinery. The other 5% of the carbon dioxide we combine with renewable feedstocks obtained from waste biomass to make the wide range of chemicals that we need. And that provides the other 50% of the profit. Only by making fuel and chemicals together can a carbon dioxide refinery like this be both environmentally sustainable and financially sustainable. The hydrogen that's needed to make the fuels, that can come from electrolysis of water using renewable energy, for example, from wind turbines. And already the Germans have so many wind turbines in the North Sea that on windy nights they have to turn them off because they would generate so much electricity that the German grid couldn't cope and would literally explode. The production of chemicals from waste biomass is a major research theme within both the Green Chemistry Centre of Excellence and the Centre for Novel Agricultural Products here at the University of York. And together we've established the Biorenewables Development Centre as a pilot plant facility to allow us to scale up the technologies that we are developing. So what are my group doing to develop chemistry for use within a carbon dioxide refinery? Well, we're interested in a class of chemicals called cyclic carbonates. And cyclic carbonates are extremely important because they are the electrolytes used in lithium-ion batteries. Lithium-ion batteries power all the mobile electronic devices that we've developed over the last 30 years. This includes mobile phones, iPads, laptop computers. This is already a major growth area, and should electric vehicles, which also run on lithium-ion batteries, ever become mainstream, then demand for lithium-ion batteries and the cyclic carbonates within them would increase exponentially. Lithium-ion batteries are so important that the 2019 Nobel Prize for Chemistry was awarded to 3 of the scientists who developed them. Now, cyclic carbonates are already made from carbon dioxide, but existing commercial processes operate at high temperature and high pressure. And as a result of which they consume a lot of energy, and generating that energy generates a lot of carbon dioxide. So, as currently practiced, the synthesis of cyclic carbonates industrially is actually a net producer of carbon dioxide rather than a consumer. What we've developed is technology that allows the synthesis of cyclic carbonates to be achieved under much milder conditions. And on this slide, you can see a picture of our most active catalyst, which for the first time allowed the synthesis of cyclic carbonates atmospheric pressure with no energy input. Another feature of our catalyst is that it's derived only from Earth crust abundant elements, carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and aluminium, which is important because many very useful chemical elements are so scarce in the earth that we're rapidly running out of them, and they wouldn't be available to use in large-scale chemistry. We then took our most active catalyst and we took variations on it, and we were able to use those in flow reactors at both laboratory scale and also in a pilot plant to show that we could make cyclic carbonates continuously. The first time cyclic carbonate synthesis had ever been achieved in a continuous flow reactor. So we took this technology from technology readiness level 1, which is the initial idea, through to technology readiness level 6. It's now at technology readiness level 7. We've licensed the technology to a European company. They've drawn up plans for a full-scale plant, and they are currently in the process of getting planning permission to build the plant and raising the financing for it. So far, this project has taken 13 years to get to where we are at present. I'm hoping that the plant will be built and operational before the patents run out in another 8 years' time. Otherwise, I won't make a penny out of it. Lithium-ion batteries are not the only thing that you can make from cyclic carbonates. Work within my group has also shown that cyclic carbonates make really good polar solvents. And that's important because the polar solvents which are currently used in the chemicals industry are not only derived from petrochemicals, they've also been shown to be toxic to unborn children. So it's actually a major priority at the moment is to get rid of existing polar solvents, and cyclic carbonates look like they're going to be a very good replacement. We've also shown that we can make polymers out of cyclic carbonates, and they form polyurethanes, which you often find in mattresses, for example. So in a few years' time, you might be sleeping on some of my cyclic carbonates. Hopefully, I haven't put you all to sleep. So it just remains for me to thank the people who've been involved in this work and the people who funded it, and this is the source of the credits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. So thank you very much, Mike, for that very inspiring and fascinating talk. Our next speaker is Professor James Chong from the Department of Biology, and James is going to talk to us about energy down the drain, how microbial communities can aid us in turning wastewater into low-carbon energy. Thank you, James.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think probably the major challenge for the next 10 years is working out how we get humanity to stop putting so much carbon into the atmosphere. We're completely addicted to energy, and that encompasses all our lives, sometimes in ways that we don't really think about. So, for example, you may or may not realize that the UK uses 5% of all the electricity it consumes to make drinking water. So I'm not going to talk about drinking water, as you can probably tell from the title of my talk. I'm going to talk about this. That didn't happen in the rehearsal. Okay. So what you can see here is wastewater. This is a small fraction of the wastewater. This is actually at the water treatment works down the road in Neyburn, where they treat the equivalent of about water from 250,000 people. So Yorkshire Water produces about 2 billion litres of drinking water a day. Obviously, most of that turns into wastewater. You can see here from the colour that there's stuff in that wastewater. That's mainly organic material, so it's been biologically produced. And we need to do something with that waste. So what actually happens in water treatment in the UK is the raw water comes onto site. It goes into large funnel-shaped containers, and most of the organic material is allowed to settle out, and that's called primary sludge. Then the dirty water from this process is decanted out into a secondary vessel like the one I just showed you, and we blow bubbles into it. And those bubbles allow microbes to grow. Those microbes grow on the organics in the water, the waste, turn it into more microbes, and then settle out so that the water is cleaner again. But again, even in wastewater, that uses 1% of all the UK's electricity. And this was a good idea at the time, but this is essentially Victorian technology that we're talking about for treating wastewater. Then the cleaner water now is decanted again into trickle bed filters. You've probably seen these on the sides of motorways. And again, there's another biological process going on here that really polishes the water so that what's discharged as final effluent back into the rivers is cleaner than the water that's taken out of the rivers to make drinking water from in the first place. Yorkshire Water assure me that when everything's working properly, you can drink this final effluent, but I've never managed to find anyone that will actually do that in front of me. So the bit that I'm really interested in is the primary and secondary sludges that are collected here. They're put into another vessel, which is called an anaerobic digester, where some very ancient, complex microbiology is going on. That's done in the absence of oxygen, hence the anaerobic. And it is a very complicated microbial community. And by doing that, that organic material is converted into biogas, which is a mixture of methane and carbon dioxide, and nitrogen-rich digestate, which can be used as fertilizer. Now, this microbial community is not an artificial community. It exists in nature. It's been around for a very, very long time, and it happens in the environment. So, for example, anywhere where there's an absence of oxygen, you'll get this kind of microbial community forming. Lakes are a good example. The University of York has a lake, and sure enough, if you stand there for long enough, you'll see bubbles rise to the surface. If you collect those bubbles, you'll see that they're biogas, and the easy way to demonstrate that is to set fire to it because it's methane. So if you take your son into the lake, don't know why this is, okay, then you can collect the gas and set fire to it. So again, clearly, there's a biological process here that we can use to break down the waste that's in our sewage, but we can't just dump all our sewage into water bodies like rivers and lakes. I mean, that is something that we've done in the past. That is something that still happens in certain countries. I won't name any, but I have been places where that is the case. So instead, what we do is we engineer this whole process. And this is Yorkshire Water's most recently commissioned plant, Nostrop in Leeds. This is a £75 million investment in treating sewage sludge. And this hopefully gives you some sort of idea of the scale here. These are the anaerobic digesters that they've built at Leeds. Each of those digesters is 8 stories high. They stand 22 meters from the ground up. Each one of those contains 7.2 million litres of sludge. And it produces a lot of biogas, some of which is held in this gas bag here until it can be converted into electricity. So this is great, but this is £75 million worth of investment, basically, to treat the sludge in Leeds. So what happens as the population grows? Obviously, you can build more and more facilities, but that gets expensive very, very quickly. So the goal of the work that I've been doing, which has been sponsored through the Royal Society and with Yorkshire Water, is to see if we can improve this process. There's been a lot of engineering around moving sewage and mixing sewage, but there's been very little involved in engineering the microbial process here. So can we basically put more material through the same assets so that no more need to be built? And that's important from a carbon point of view, not just from the energy point of view, but because, again, concrete is a huge emitter of carbon dioxide. So actually, concrete produces about 8% of all the carbon dioxide emissions that we have globally. So we don't want to build more things. So the problem is, if you're dealing with facilities at 7.5 million litre scale, then people don't want you to do experiments with them. And you know, the infrastructure for sewage sludge needs to work 24/7, 365 days a year. You know, if it breaks, you would know, and there would be a lot of very unhappy people. So to get round this, again, Yorkshire Water have invested in facilities at the University of York, which is shown here. We now have 60 5-litre anaerobic digesters in the biology department, which allow us to model the process that we're seeing at a very large scale. And try and optimize without interrupting normal services. And clearly at the center of this is microbiology. So here's one of the key microbes that has been grown in my lab, which actually produces methane at the end of this process. And there are a lot of individual microbes in these communities. Okay. So for each milliliter of sewage sludge, we're talking about 100 million microbes. Okay. So that means that we've got billions in each of our 5-litre pots. And again, if you go back to the really large-scale systems, then this is where you realize you should check your facts before you produce your slides. So one of my colleagues said with great authority that there are more microbes in an anaerobic digester than there are stars in the universe, which, you know, he's a very eminent scientist, so I absolutely believe it. Produced this slide to say, in an anaerobic digester, there are more microbes than there are stars in the universe. And then I thought, you know what, I better check this. So I went to the European Space Agency, and they say, they estimate there are between 10 to the 22 and 10 to the 24 stars in the universe. It's obviously only an estimate. We can't count that many. I did a calculation, and I realized that we're a little bit off. So, but surprisingly, not very much. So if you take these 4 digesters at Nostrop, they have somewhere between 1/3 and 30 times fewer cells than there are in the entire universe in terms of stars. So if you look actually at anaerobic digesters across the UK, yeah, there are more microbes in anaerobic digesters than there are stars in the universe. So this is a complex system with a lot of things going on. How do we understand this? How do we try and make sense of it so that we can start to engineer this community? So what we've done is we have gone not to this facility, because this facility has only been online for about 6 months, but a similar facility at Neyburn in York, just by the designer outlets, and sampled the microbes over a period of time. So Neyburn also has 8 digesters. They're not quite this large. They're only 1.8 million litres each. We collected a lot of samples over 8 or 9 months, and we started to analyse the DNA. Now, traditionally, DNA sequencers are enormous and expensive. They're kind of the size of washing machines. They take a long time to run. They give you a huge amount of data, which is difficult to analyze. But things have changed quite dramatically recently. So now, the latest DNA sequencers, and this is an instrument that's produced by a company called Oxford Nanopore, which is run actually by a York biology graduate, and you literally can put your DNA sequencer in your pocket. Now, this is good for a number of reasons, not just because it gives you something to wave around when you're giving this kind of talk, but it means that sequencing is cheaper, it's also faster, and it's giving us a different sort of data. It's giving us much longer pieces of information, which theoretically are easier to analyze. In reality, that's not the case. So we started sequencing using this technology and then realized that we had an issue with analyzing our data. So we initially used York's supercomputer. At the time, we had a facility called YorkTalks, which turned out to not be very super. We uploaded data onto it, it ran for a month, and it crashed, and we didn't get any results. Fortunately, the University of York has a collaboration with Google. They allowed us to use Google Cloud to do this. After 2 weeks, we did get a result. They told us it would have cost £8,000 were we to do that usually. But in the meantime, the University of York had invested in a much more supercomputer, which is called Viking. We managed to sneak on it as soon as it was switched on and before the rest of the university was using it, and managed to analyze our data in just over a day. And this is the kind of thing you see. So each one of these panels now is an individual microbe that we've been able to identify from within that mixture of microbes living in the community in the anaerobic digester. And if we zoom in on one of these panels, you can see that this is how this particular microbe has behaved over 9 months in digester 1, 2, 3, and 4. What's remarkable here is that even though these are operating at enormous scale, the community within these individual digesters is reacting in the same way to the material that's going into digester. And what that means is this microbial community is ultimately very predictable, which means that we really do have the potential to engineer this. And this is the first time it's been shown at any kind of scale that these microbial communities, despite having thousands of different species and despite having trillions of different individuals, are behaving in a very predictable way. So what does that mean for us? I'm thinking my slide should... Oh, no, that's not what should have happened. Can we go... oh, okay. Right. So, anaerobic digestion is a great way of recovering resources from sewage. And in fact, you know, now those are called bioresources. Obviously, we get biogas from this, and that can be used to create electricity and heat. We get digestate, which can be used as fertilizer. But AD doesn't just work on wastewater material. It works on all sorts of organic waste. So food waste is another thing that can be used in anaerobic digestion, and importantly, farm residues. So the statistics are, if we were able to collect all of the animal manures produced by agriculture across the world and put it through anaerobic digestion, that would generate enough power or energy for all of global agriculture, and we'd still have energy left over. There are more things we can do with this. The biogas can be used just for domestic cooking as a drop-in replacement for natural gas, but equally it can be upgraded to biomethane and used to run lorries. And it's really, at the moment, the only viable alternative to fossil fuels is compressed methane in these kinds of trucks. It can also be upgraded and put directly into the grid. And if you live in Sherburn in Elmet or other places locally, a proportion of the gas that you're using from your mains is biogas. But we can go further than that when we start to engineer the community. We can reform the biogas into methanol and hydrogen to make even cleaner fuels, but we can also engineer this community so that it produces more interesting molecules straight away rather than methane. And there's already been some very nice work done in the States where they've demonstrated the production of isoprene, which can be directly used as a petrol replacement, or we can start to engineer higher value molecules like the ones that Mike was just talking about. And at that point, I need to stop, say thank you to all these people, particularly the Royal Society and Yorkshire Water for support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. I think that's another great example of how science and collaborations is helping to solve some of our global challenges. So our third speaker is Dr. Lawrence Wilson from the Department of Physics, and he will be speaking to us about extreme swimming inside the secret world of Archaea, one of the planet's greatest survivors.
Thanks very much. So thanks for the introduction. And as was just mentioned, I'm from the Department of Physics. I'm talking about something which is vaguely biologically related, specifically the extreme swimming and Archaea. And this is something that James alluded to in the last session. I'm interested primarily in developing instruments that physicists can use to investigate biological systems. But the side product of this is that we can use biology to tell us things about physics that we didn't know. I want to start off the talk by describing what the tree of life is. And you've probably seen diagrams that look a little bit like this before. It tells you how everything's related. So at the centre of this diagram, there is the last universal common ancestor, the organism from which all of us are evolved from. So bacteria and everything else came from one individual common ancestor. And because biologists, I'm not a biologist, you can tell, I can be rude about them, biologists like to classify things. So the top level classification that people use is what they call a domain. So you can break down the tree of life from this universal ancestor into 3 domains. And they're all represented on this picture. At the top, these are all bacteria, the fantastically diverse lineage there. I'm not particularly interested in those today, although it's an interesting area. The bit I'm interested in is at the bottom, this projection here. And there are 2 main groups, and when I was at school in the textbooks, only one of these groups was there. In the past, they said there were bacteria and there were eukaryotes. And eukaryotes, of course, are the organisms that have their DNA packaged up in a membrane, and that's anything from an amoeba through, cats, dogs, plants, bananas, trees, humans, all of that stuff. All that good stuff is packaged up over here. This group here is the Archaea, and they've only really come into people's consciousness in the last sort of maybe 30 years or so, largely due to the work of this gentleman. This is Carl Woese. He was a microbiologist at the University of Illinois. And in the 1970s, he was investigating a particular type of organism that he thought was a bacterium that lived in swamps. In fact, it's the same things that James was talking about in his talk in the last presentation. And he was using these microbiology tools and molecular biology tools to pull the cells apart to try and find out what made them tick. And he found out that what he was looking at, even though he thought it was a bacterium, the components that they were made of shared some similarity with bacteria, but some of the core components had apparently come from eukaryotes. And then a third section, the components that made up the cells were completely unique and didn't come from either bacteria or eukaryotes. So we arrived at the conclusion that he'd found a new domain. Not bacteria, they're not eukaryotes. One of the reasons that they hadn't really sprung into the public consciousness quite so much as the others is because they live in horrible places. And the name Archaea, the stem from the Greek, is this idea of something that's very old or very primitive. And they live in very horrible parts of the world. Mainly, that's where they're first discovered, because other organisms had come in and displaced them. And in fact, with the new technologies that James was talking about in his talk, we found that, in fact, these organisms are ubiquitous. They live everywhere in the world, but they're most obviously and they're best known in very extreme conditions. So circumstances that are very hot, very cold, very salty, very acidic, this sort of thing. So being a physicist, I went out to go and look for them because I'm interested to see how life solves problems like how do you get around from A to B? How do you maximize your chances of surviving in a horrible world? So this is my physics toy. This is not a £75 million piece of apparatus. This is a $100 microscope that I drilled holes in because it was too heavy to lug around with me. This is a cordless drill battery from a DIY store. This is the Great Salt Lake in Utah, by the way. A laptop at the front there. It's all connected together. It's all battery powered, which is nice because I can put it in the backpack and go around and look for these things. As a physicist in a new field, I'm determined to learn things the hard way. This is the Great Salt Lake in January. The air temperature is -10. The reason the lake hasn't frozen is because it's 3 times saltier than the sea. And my laptop has one of these lovely little touch pads on the front. And I learned the hard way that you cannot use those while using gloves. So you have to take your gloves off. And it was horrible. So we used this microscope, this kind of battery-powered microscope. We discovered some organisms. And thanks to the hard work of a very talented PhD student in my group called Katie Thornton, we established that these microbes are Archaea. So we dragged from a very salty, hostile environment these extremophiles, these things that live at the limits of where we think life is possible. So it's interesting to see how life copes with living in a hostile environment and see what that can tell us about life, not just on the Earth, but potentially beyond as well. So, meanwhile, back in the lab in York, this is a much more expensive microscope. This is our sort of favourite technique, if you like. This is a holographic microscope, and it lets us image things in 3 dimensions very fast. And you can tell this is a physics lab because we've got all this laser gubbins lying around on the bench, and it illuminates our sample with a light field that's very smooth and even. It's got this unique property of light that's associated with lasers. All the light waves are very nicely in step. And that means that if anything swims across your laser beam, it creates ripples like the ripples in water. So these are the ripples caused by little organisms swimming around in my sample chamber. And by seeing the size of the ripples and where they are, we can follow them around in 3 dimensions and find out how they're swimming. So this is an artist impression. This is not a nice picture from my microscope. This is an artist impression of what a bacterium looks like. So there's the cell body. And because a lot of bacteria need to swim around to find nutrients and get to places where life is better, they've evolved a strategy for swimming which involves helical, rigid propellers at the back connected to a little motor embedded in the membrane. And the motor spins the filament, the cell swims forward. And fascinating, I thought one of the things that really drew me to this in the first place is that it turns out Archaea have the same kind of swimming apparatus, but it's made of different stuff. So bacteria's swimming apparatus evolved from a particular cellular structure in the past. Archaea also have a rigid helical propeller, also have a molecular motor, but it's originated from a different starting point. So life has found two different routes to the same engineering solution, if you like, of having a rigid propeller. And it seems that there's something optimal about it, I guess, in some sense, and that's very compelling to me as a physicist. So that's how these cells swim around, but the question is, how do they navigate? I mean, being able to swim is one thing, but you need to respond to stimulus and swim around to find things that are good for you and to swim away from things that are bad for you. So bacteria, under a microscope, this is not a holographic microscope, this is a normal microscope, they look a bit like this. So each dot is a cell of E. coli, as it happens, and they kind of swim around like crazy, little dots swimming backwards and forwards. And the way that they deal with their environment is very random. They're getting jostled constantly by water molecules, and the water molecules are kind of throwing them off course. So the question becomes of how do you navigate in the presence of this randomness? So bacteria tend to swim in a very straight line, change direction, swim in another straight line, and in this way they can sample their environment, and if they sense that life is getting better, they swim a little bit further in that direction. What do Archaea do? No one knows. No one's actually looked at that yet. So there was me in my bucket at the Great Salt Lake, and here's what we found. And I was talking to Katie in the lab, and I was saying, well, is this actually something that's swimming, or is this just silt that's kind of floating around in the sample? How do you know? And the answer is you can look at this, and you can colour each frame in the movie. So if you colour the first frame in the movie red, and the last frame in the movie violet, and all the ones in between, you kind of sweep through the rainbow, and you colour each frame a different colour, you put them all together, you get a picture like this. So the little white dots are just bits of silt sitting there and jiggling around under the influence of Brownian motion. And these rainbow-coloured streaks tell us that there are things in there, but they're swimming very, very slowly. What a funny thing to do. Well, it's living in a nutrient-poor environment, so it makes sense that they want to use energy slowly. The slower you move, the more of the chance that something's going to collide with you rather than you having to look for it. So it makes sense in a way to swim slowly if you're in a nutrient-poor environment. So this is from the Great Salt Lake. We thought, well, this is okay. This is out in the open. There's plant material nearby. The birds landing in the lake, depositing nutrient sources. This is a horrible environment, but it's not quite horrid enough. So where can we go that's more horrid? And the answer is Whitby. Well, it's a little bit unkind. This is actually Bulby Potash Mine, which is underneath the sea, just off the coast of Whitby. Whitby is lovely. I don't mean to be mean about Whitby. I actually like Whitby very much. So just north of here, there's a particle physics detector facility based in a deep salt mine. And I can show you around. One of the things we're interested in doing is building drones to go sniffing around in these places to go and collect samples in an automated way. So this is part of the mine. It's a working mine. It's been put aside for scientific experiments. And we're going to fly around one of the tunnels. You'll see the shadow of the drone in a minute. This isn't me just walking around with the thing. We're having a go at flying it around. And so this will hopefully let us get into more hostile environments to pick up samples from places where we don't want to send people. But this is a working lab. There's a particle physics lab. At the other end of this corridor, there's a dark matter particle detector, which is where my wife did her PhD, which is how I found out about this place in the first place. She's a proper physicist and all this sort of biology stuff, proper physics. So as you can see, the walls in this mine are very dry. Occasionally you find, because it's under the sea, you get seeps of brine coming in through the walls, and the organisms that are brought in with this brine are often very ancient. They've been trapped in the rock for a very long time. There are some studies that claim, whether you believe it or not, that organisms can be trapped in crystals of salt in brine inclusions for 250 million years. I'm a bit sceptical about that. But the experiments are quite careful, and it's kind of food for thought. It makes you think as a physicist, what's the fundamental limit on how long things can live for and stay viable? This seems like a good place to look for these sorts of things. So there you go, drones touchdown. So we collected samples from the Great Salt Lake and from Bulby Potash Mine. We stuck them in our fancy microscope. And we tracked them swimming around in 3D. So we're the first people to do this. One of the reasons is because our flavour of holographic microscopy is unique. There's nowhere in the world who does it quite the same way as we do. Fancy algorithms, lightweight hardware, that's the idea behind it. We can see how these cells swim around. This is about 0.5 millimetre on a side. So we've got half a cubic millimetre, we can see how the individual cells swim around in 3 dimensions. And what you can see is the trajectories are kind of jiggly, and occasionally the cells reverse direction. So because these archaea live in very nutrient-poor environments, there's not much competition, the nutrients are sparse, they're playing the long game. They want to swim and stay alive for as long as possible, which makes them a challenge to study in the lab. This is about 60 seconds worth of data. If these things live for a long time, how are you going to study it? This is what physicists do. We can take the parameters that we see from the experiments, how fast they swim, how often they change direction, that sort of thing, we can build a simulation. So instead of watching them for 60 seconds, we can watch them travel meters over a period of days. Right? And we can see, based on the things that we know they do, how they might adapt their strategy to live in these different environments. The conclusion we find is that cells swim very slowly, and we can show that they swim just fast enough to escape the randomizing effect of Brownian motion. So it's just about worth synthesizing flagella and synthesizing this motility apparatus so that they can move, rather than relying on passive Brownian motion to move them around. Moreover, the distance that they run for before they change direction is absolutely critical, and they have tuned that distance or that time specifically so they can harness the randomizing effects of Brownian motion. So whereas E. coli kind of dart around, sampling lots of different locations, the archaea just slowly progress, and they just let Brownian motion carry them off in a new direction rather than having to hare around like crazy. And this is a very low energy, this strategy has a very, very low energy requirement. So that's the kind of punchline of the Archaea story. I wanted to mention some other things that we're using this technology for. So the holographic microscopy, I say, is our sort of unique selling point. We're also investigating how human pathogens like leishmania, in a collaboration with Pegeen Walrad in the Department of Biology, we're investigating how these target human immune cells. This is a follow-up on some earlier work on malaria that was done with Sarah Rees at the University of Edinburgh. And the bottom 2 panels, and this side one here, come from a project I'm working on with Martin Bees, who's an applied mathematician, who's looking at how to improve yields in biofuel reactors. So the little dots you can see are algal cells of algae that swim around, and by patterning light and by stimulating them the right way, can we herd the algae to where we want them to be and improve the yield of biological fuels based on their metabolism. So with that, I've come to the end. I'd like to thank some funders, some PhD students who worked very hard on this project, collaborators, particularly Bonnie Baxter and Jamie Butler at the Great Salt Lake Institute, who were very good for filling in with me when I forgot to take Wellington boots on field work, which I learned is the biggest rookie mistake you can possibly make. Also the folk at Bulby Mine and Charles Cookell from the University of Edinburgh, who are great in helping us to get into the mine and do some experiments there. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. And it was great to see some of that collaboration that you highlighted at the end between your biology and physics. So our final speaker of this session is Professor Rob Marchant from the Department of Environment and Geography, and he'll be speaking about the mountains and people of Africa creating a more sustainable future from the ground up. So thank you very much, Rob.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm going to look really at some of the work we've been doing across, largely focusing on East Africa, and then towards the end of the talk a little bit about some of the work going across the university, across the African continent. So if we just initially look at a topographic map of African mountains on the left, a map of where people live within the African continent, we can see mountains are incredibly important. Now, apart from the Nile Delta and the Nile Valley, pretty much most of the people within the African continent live within Africa on the mountains. Particularly notable, obviously, are the Ethiopian highlands, the west and east rift valleys of eastern Africa, the sort of Drakensberg of southern Africa, sort of Mount Cameroon over here, and of course the Atlas Mountains up in Morocco. So they're very important in terms of societies and where people live. They're also very important in terms of conservation. This is a picture of Ngorongoro Highlands, arguably one of the most important national parks within Eastern Africa, a World Heritage Site, an absolutely gem of biodiversity conservation. Outside of those protected areas, animals are allowed to roam fairly freely, but obviously with increasing pressures of climate change, population growth, land use conversion. These are some of the things we'll touch on later on. While those animals roam freely, they also are able to roam into agricultural areas, and obviously that then causes conflicts. The African mountains are home to, I say, large numbers of people, but obviously those people intensively use that landscape to the point where sometimes there's up to sort of 500-600 people per square kilometre. And some of the work we've been doing over the last 10 years, particularly, have been looking at the evolution of those terrace systems, how they initiated, how they've been subsequently managed, how they've then fallen into, sometimes into disuse, and also how various agencies are using them as a way to touch on issues such as sustainability and sustainable agriculture. Obviously, those types of population densities mean ultimately there's enormous land cover conversion. So this is a view across the Chima Highlands of Ethiopia, and we can see, you know, extensive terracing of those hillsides, little bits of forest remaining in the valleys, but effectively a transformed landscape. As well as being very important in terms of agriculture, they're also incredibly important in terms of pastoral societies, cattle keeping, and increasingly, particularly the last 100 or so years, cash crops such as coffee, tea, and again, just a view from Kilimanjaro. Oh, I don't know how that happened. Oh my goodness, a new view, new use of the pointer. So the last sort of contextual slide is just a view towards Kilimanjaro, just emphasizing some of these rapid transformations that have occurred and some of those challenges that these transformations have resulted in. So I guess Kilimanjaro is quite iconic in that it's home to the sort of diminishing glacier up on the up around about sort of 5,000 meters. It's also an area undergoing massive transformations in terms of agricultural expansion. So this is an area in between two very important national parks, Amboseli National Park and Savo National Park. And effectively, this is a migratory corridor for all those large ungulates, such as elephants, zebras, buffalo, etc. And of course, that's bringing increasing conflicts between people, the wildlife, and it's those conflicts that we're particularly interested in exploring through a tool that we developed about 6 or 7 years ago and have subsequently been applying in a number of different projects. So the tool that we developed is called Kesho. It's Swahili, it means tomorrow. And effectively what we do, we start off with running a whole series of participatory workshops. So that's bringing people in from different sectors of the communities. In the context of the initial development, it was focused around a project looking at carbon and carbon change and how carbon could evolve in Tanzania as part of a project with the World Wildlife Fund through an initiative called Reduced Emissions from Deforestation and Degradation. So it's one of the tools that has often been negotiated at those sort of global summits on climate change treaties in terms of trying to maximize carbon storage within our ecosystems. So we start off by bringing people together, normally about 30 or so people from different sectors, invariably because we're in this particular case study, we're interested in forestry, we're interested in land use change. Those sectors are conservation, agricultural, forest departments, government, NGO, and community organizations. invariably those 30 people have very different perspectives of land use change, how their land is going to evolve into the future. So we're focusing on future periods. And we invariably focus on two periods, 2030 and 2063. And this connects with the 2030 with the Sustainable Development Goals, 2063 with an African Union development agenda. And I'm just going to focus on the 2030, the sort of near vision of land use change. When we're setting up our workshops, of course, in different areas, different people have different perspectives and different things are driving those land use changes. So we have to incorporate that diversity by running a series of workshops. And in Tanzania, at a national scale, we ran 7 workshops in the 7 different regions. And in each of those regions we had, try and come back. In each of those regions, I say we had about 30 people, so about 190 or so people talking about land use change towards 2030 in Tanzania. We take all of those very diverse perspectives and then translate those in terms of land cover change. So we take all of those, that narrative, all the rich social information coming from those individual participants with different voices, and effectively boil all that down and convert a 1 kilometre grid cell from one land use type to another. In the initial application, we were very much focused around carbon, around forests, around change. And we have 2 different scenarios, a business as usual scenario and a green economy. So the green economy is where there is appreciation of ecosystem services, there's alternative energy supplies, there are transitions to sustainable use of forestry, effective governance, effective protected areas, versus the reverse under a business as usual. We just play out land cover change in Tanzania towards 2030, these 2 maps here. We can see under the business as usual there's much more colour in the landscape. That colour effectively is capturing land use change, conversion of forest to agriculture largely. The difference between this and that in terms of carbon storage is it's about 150 gigatons of carbon difference, which equates to around about $8 billion difference. And to a country like Tanzania, that's a significant amount of potential funding. Of course, there are many debates about commodifying forests and how we should actually treat forests and try to manage them. But for many, many years, people have been trying to conserve forests, trying to prevent that sort of conversion into agriculture, trying to promote and maintain the diversity. When we start to put a price tag on that forest, of course, then the politicians, the people who are involved in actually managing that forest, start to listen a bit more. They listen even more when we start to think about how that transition of carbon change also equates to impacts on water, impacts on food, impacts on diversity. So what we were able to do, again, across the Tanzanian landscape, was able to look at that interaction between carbon change, between changing water and changing diversity, and to see where there's going to be particularly high impacts in, say, on carbon and biodiversity, other places where there's going to be high impacts on water and biodiversity, where there's going to be high impacts on all of those dimensions. And those impacts are particularly felt across the mountains, across the Eastern Arc Mountains of Tanzania. Probably one of the most important biological hotspots across the world. This information is now part of the National Carbon Monitoring Centre within Tanzania, which was set up initially through some funding through the Norwegian government as part of their commitments into the global climate change negotiations. But is also managed by the Vice President's Office and linked into the Department of Forestry and Beekeeping. So again, it's a tool which is now has been developed and is now within the Tanzanian system, and it can be used by Tanzania to then calculate how much carbon and how that impacts on some of those other vital ecosystem services like water and biodiversity. The nice thing about the tool is that we can use it in a whole range of different applications. So we've just seen an application in Tanzania at a national scale. Here we're going to focus on a very local scale, so a 40-kilometre transect across the Jima highlands of Ethiopia. Again, in this case, we ran 3 workshops across that 40-kilometre transect. It's a transect which is, again, very densely settled piece of mountain environment, large agroforestry, very important coffee production location. But it's also home to significant, highly biodiverse patches of forest. Coffee is a very important commodity, often grown in very traditional ways, so under existing forest. So this forest is selectively cleared, and coffee is planted as a shade crop, and it needs that shade of the overlying trees to maintain a healthy coffee production. This is also a project where we had other colleagues looking at coffee disease, particularly the spread of coffee leaf rust and berry borers on the actual coffee cherries themselves. Again, this is the sort of future vision of that Jima Highlands landscape, focusing on 2030. 4 different visions of the future. In this case, looking at our present-day landscape, looking at increasing agricultural expansion, so movement away from coffee. And these are all issues which have been highlighted by those participatory groups, the stakeholders which were brought into those workshops. One of the big challenges there is these diseases which are impacting on the coffee production at the moment. And that has led to people moving away from the traditional coffee production, and therefore the value of that semi-natural coffee forest has been lost. And along with that loss is then increased agricultural conversion, loss of diversity. So one vision is an expansion of increasingly degraded land, increasing cropland. Another vision is of increasing intensive coffee production, so moving away from traditional shade-managed coffee into a different type of coffee crop, which doesn't require the above-ground trees to shade the berries, versus a vision where the price for coffee increases. There is greater value into that traditional coffee production system. Again, these types of visions, they're played out by those participations, they're played out by the communities, and then can be used as a tool to see about what choices you make in terms of what futures you particularly want for your landscape, and of course the associated costs with those futures. So the last slide is really just highlighting some of the broader work going on across the university. This is just a sort of tip of the iceberg of some of the work going on across the African Research Network, headed up by Stephanie Wynne-Jones in archaeology, Jez McCann in history, and myself in environment and geography, focusing around these environmental sustainability themes, policy and governance. And as you can see, it involves about 120 or so academics across the university, across all faculties. And as you can see from this map, in terms of where the projects are based, it has a really great depth and breadth in terms of its sort of geographical coverage. So again, just to acknowledge a whole series of sort of postdoctoral researchers, PhD students that have contributed to this work, and funders. And I'd like to leave it there. Thank you.
gentlemen, and welcome to session 3 of the York Talks. My name is Tim Bradshaw. I'm the Chief Executive of the Russell Group of Universities, and one of the things I love doing is coming out to our members, finding out what's going on, so that I can go back to government and elsewhere and give them some interesting stories about the fantastic research and the sort of things that it's finding out for the UK, and to enthuse our ministers to put more money into this sort of thing for the future. Before we start this session, can I draw your attention to the health and safety notice up on the screen? The main thing is that there are no fire alarms planned this afternoon, so if one does go off, I'm afraid we do have to exit the building, and the main fire exit is there, and I'm sure the rest of our hosts will tell us exactly where to go and congregate should that thing happen. I hope it won't, fingers crossed. Right, so we have in this session about an hour of talks, 4 individual talks, followed by 30 minutes of Q&A. So please save up your questions till the end of the session. Fascinating group of speakers we've got today, covering the departments of health, management, English, and archaeology. And it gives me my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker. She is Dr. Maddie Power from the Department of Health Science. And the title of her talk is Food for Thought, Exposing the Hidden Consequences of Food Insecurity in Britain and the Poverty of Government Thinking on Work and Welfare. So, Maddie.
Okay, thank you, and thank you very much for coming today, particularly post-lunch. I hope I'll do my best to confront the post-lunch slump although in a different vein. We are in the throes of a crisis of food poverty in the United Kingdom. In the last year, the Trussell Trust, the main provider of food banks in the UK, distributed 1.6 million food parcels to people in need. That's a 26-fold increase on 2010. 9 million meals are needed a month to alleviate hunger in London alone. That's 300,000 meals a day. But these shocking statistics reflect only the tip of the iceberg of food poverty in the UK. The Trussell Trust represent only 2/3 of all food banks in the UK, and they're a minority of all food aid providers. Food poverty or insecurity appears to be at unprecedented levels in the UK. Why has food poverty grown at such an unprecedented rate? And has government policy made matters better or worse? As a society, have we responded in the best way to food poverty? And do different people or different groups experience and respond to food poverty in different ways? Evidence-based research, York's strength, is key to really understanding what's going on. My research has sought to look at experiences of food poverty outside of food banks. Between 2014 and 2017, I used survey data, interviews, and workshops in Bradford to investigate the extent of food poverty in the city and to understand how people coped or didn't cope. I found food poverty to be highly related to poverty and low income. But I also found that food poverty varies by ethnic group. So white British women are more likely to report food poverty and more likely to go to food banks than Pakistani Muslim women. Pakistani Muslim women in Bradford, like Sabira, who are part of my research, report lower food poverty and describe supporting each other with food and finance in hard times, which reduce the need to go to food banks. It was normal and common to share food between households, which mitigated food poverty. The supportive family and community networks in Bradford's Pakistani Muslim population appeared to be stronger than that in the white British population. The prevailing ideology of individual responsibility appeared to have infiltrated the white working class in Bradford to a greater degree than it had the Pakistani population. But I also found that white British women also avoid food banks 9 times out of 10. And I talked to them about their experience of going to food banks, and they told me quite a bit of negative experiences. The process of collecting food from the food bank was disempowering, and the food they received didn't alleviate their food poverty. So instead of going to food banks, the mums that I talked to me about skipping meals so there was enough food for their children to eat. My research in Bradford was conducted between 2014 and 2017, and that was amid cuts to local services, but before the full impact of austerity policies, and certainly before the full detrimental rollout of universal credit. My follow-on research in York has revealed the full impact of welfare reforms on food poverty, and especially the impact of universal credit. So this project here was a project that was co-produced in York. We went into the community and engaged them to find out what they really wanted and what they really needed. It was a very practical approach and a way for research to have a tangible impact. We surveyed and did workshops and interviews with residents of York, and particularly parents. And this research revealed food poverty to be highly related to low income. So in our survey, 64% of people with yearly incomes of less than £16,000 a year reported food poverty. And it also showed the terrible impact of welfare reform, especially universal credit. The 5-week wait for payments built into universal credit pushed people to food poverty and into debt and forced them to go to food banks. And again, like in Bradford, a key finding was that food banks are very much the last resort. So in our survey, only 20% of people who reported food poverty had ever used a food bank. Instead of visiting food banks, people used intensive strategies to budget. They went to supermarkets, one supermarket after the other, to find the cheapest items. They bought only reduced-cost items, and they budgeted on weekly, monthly, and even yearly basis to make their funds stretch so they could buy everything they need amidst their other costs. And the respondents relied on family and community support, which was really important, and visited community food aid, not food banks. So they went to community cafes and holiday hunger clubs. These were open access, they had better quality food, and they were often more welcoming than food banks. So what I discovered in Bradford and York was that food poverty is happening against a pervasive backdrop of a culture that celebrates individual responsibility, summed up by the phrase, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, over ideas of mutual aid or any kind of collective good. The dominant response to food poverty today has either been to demonise its victims, stigmatising people in poverty, and dividing the deserving from the undeserving poor, or the approach has been to set up a networked, transactional system based around food banks for the deserving poor. It's worth remembering that there have been community responses to food poverty, or maybe just poverty and hunger, for centuries. What the present system does, however, is to formalise food aid, adding in bureaucracy, systems of control, and private partnerships. I'm going to play a short video clip from some research that we did in York of a mum describing her experience of going to a food bank and the food that she got. Oh, go back. There, okay. This also didn't happen in the rehearsal.
Now, my first visit to a food bank was given some pasta, I was given some chopped tomatoes, I was given some starter, and I was basically given tomato puree and then loads of beans and things. And I went home and I cried. I thought, how am I meant to feed my family on that? What what are you going to do? So I thought, right, internet, I'll have a look on the internet. So I scoured the internet everywhere, every recipe I needed, meat or fresh veg, and I thought, well, this is just, you know, ludicrous. What am I going to do?
The growth of food banks in the UK has been dramatic. Before 2008, the Trussell Trust operated 12 food banks a year. Today, they oversee 400 food banks operating out of 1,200 food bank centres. Alongside Trussell Trust food banks, exist around 800 independent food banks run by other organisations. So the rapid growth of food banks distributing food to people in need, in some ways, is a very good thing. It demonstrates the strength of community commitment of helping others in hard times. But whether this growth is something to be celebrated remains questionable. So Trussell Trust food banks and some independent food banks distribute food in a manner that can be controlling and stigmatising for the person in food poverty. In the Trussell Trust system, you can only receive food from a food bank if you have a voucher. And you get a voucher going to a local charity or local public service. So that might be your child's school, your GP, or Citizens Advice. And you go to them and you tell them, hey, to describe at quite an extent your circumstances, maybe your family circumstances, and they decide whether your need is sufficient for you to get a food bank voucher. And then when you go to the food bank, you'll be asked to describe again why you need the food bank voucher and describe your circumstances. So this voucher system creates a division between those deserving of food support, the deserving poor, and those undeserving. It reinforces the stigma of poverty and deprives people of their right to privacy. Food bank, people are given a defined parcel of nutritionally adequate food, or appropriate. While some food banks may provide a limited choice in addition to this parcel, this is not generally the case. And importantly, underlying all this, the very existence and expansion of food banks may allow for further austerity and welfare reform. So by accepting responsibility for individual destitution, what the food bank does is relieve the state of its responsibility to prevent destitution. So the Trussell Trust operates on a franchise model. Food banks pay an upfront and a yearly fee to be part of the network. It is therefore in the financial interest of the Trussell Trust to expand, placing any move away from food banks in jeopardy. And kids are joining in. Food banks are already firmly in it. In 2008, a new partnership worth £20 million was announced between FareShare, a food redistribution charity, the Trussell Trust and Asda, to expand food bank services in the UK. At the time, the partnership received widespread criticism because of Asda's record on low pay at the time. And more recently, Asda workers have staged protests across the UK in response to being forced to sign punitive, flexible contracts. In the run-up to Christmas, Tesco hosted an annual neighbourhood food collection in partnership with FareShare and the Trussell Trust, while Sainsbury's embarked on its Help Brighten a Million Christmases campaign. For others, with a target of 1 million donation in Sainsbury's and Argos stores. So this approach is not restricted to Tesco, Asda and Sainsbury's. While they may be big players in this type of charitable giving, all the other retailers are involved. It's a win-win approach, isn't it? So supermarkets distribute surplus or waste food to charities. The food charities gain much-needed additional food, and the supermarkets enhance their reputation and avoid landfill costs. It's great. But Britain's supermarkets are profiting from food poverty. And so is surplus food the solution to food poverty? No. Food poverty and food waste are two separate symptoms of a dysfunctional system. They are not the solution to each other. Yes, some surplus food may inevitably result from some overproduction and from inefficiencies within the food system. But much surplus food is a result of intentional overproduction. Supermarkets seek to create an image of abundance to make us buy more. And this UK model of food charity is increasingly following the American system, where food banks have been part of the welfare system since the 1960s. It's corporate management of food poverty, although the delivery is local. This is a flashy and expansionist system. It normalises food poverty and fails to address its root causes. This is a dangerous route we are going down. But there is another way, a community rather than a corporate response. Alongside Trussell Trust and independent food banks, exist an unknown number of other community food providers, such as pay-as-you-fill cafes, community kitchens, community gardens. In my work in York, I found that of the 30 organisations providing food to people in need in the city, only 4 were Trussell Trust food banks. And many of these organisations reject the bureaucratic model of the Trussell Trust. They're grassroots initiatives run by local people. They're open access, they're sociable, people eat together, and they preserve individual dignity often by having a payment system, just like any cafe, where people pay only what they can. These alternative, sociable types of food aid may be spaces of politicisation. People come together, they eat together, they talk, they collectively analyse the cause of their problems. But the real solution to food poverty isn't food aid in any form, and certainly not a growing food bank sector backed by supermarkets offloading waste. It's policy targeting the root causes of poverty. My research with parents in York and Bradford has questioned whether food banks really are the solution to food poverty. Do they continue a system that values economic activity at the expense of everything else? a system which divides the deserving from the undeserving poor, which stigmatises people in poverty, labelling them as scroungers. Food banks are part of the problem. They are not the solution. The policy response to food poverty must focus on the root causes of poverty and the reasons for food bank use. So this includes ending the 5-week wait for universal credit, ending benefit sanctions, uprating benefits in line with inflation, and ending chronic low wages. Fundamental policy change, not food banks, is required to end food poverty in the UK. And I just want to thank those I worked with on this and who've supported this work. And these are the image credits.
Maddie, thank you very much. That's very thought-provoking. And I'll come back to you. I'll set you up a question now for later on from me, which is, because these talks are videoed and they're going to be online, aren't they? So if the government minister is watching this later on, what would be the one thing you tell them that they should do differently to try and solve this problem? But don't answer that now. Think about that for later on. Right, it's a great pleasure now to ask Dr. Anna Einersdotter to take the stand from the York Management School. This is all about LGBT plus networks, and Anna's talk is entitled Yet Another Meeting, Are LGBT plus networks inside the NHS breaking the mould? So, Anna.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. People think that having LGBT networks is a good thing and that they promote equality and diversity in the workplace. But what is the evidence base for this claim, really? In short, it's limited. Our research at York into lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender employee networks within the NHS is about to change this. We were generously supported by the Economic and Social Resource Council to carry out research in partnership with NHS employers, Stonewall and NA Consultancy. With 2 comprehensive data sets in-house, we are now in the position that we have a much better understanding of networks, how they operate, who is involved, what support formats are available to these networks, and most importantly, the impact of these networks for the members themselves, wider LGBT communities, and the organizations themselves. You have the project website in front of you now, I think. There it is. And please visit it for more information about the project and the research team. The website will also host a research report which will be published in April, and you can download it from there. And if you want to stay tuned to any of the activities that we are upcoming, please do use this website. So of all the organizations that we could have chosen to work with, why did we actually choose the NHS? Firstly, it's the largest employer in the UK with the biggest pool of LGBT employees. The NHS also has sufficient number of LGBT networks for us to do a comparison between organizations, which was absolutely needed for this study. Then, of course, we have the Equality Act, which many of you know. And that act places additional duties on public sector organizations to integrate equality and good relations in everyday business. As a research team, we were really interested in what role LGBT employee networks play in this, and equally, how they may have embedded these principles in their everyday operations. The project is interdisciplinary in its nature, drawing together scholars from management, economics, and social policy research unit. So there's quite a large team behind this. To build our evidence base, we have worked with 9 LGBT networks across England, Scotland, and Wales, and different types of trusts. And this is quite important because we really want to capture the diversity of organisations that exist. So we were working with 1 community health service trust, 3 mental health trusts, 2 acute teaching hospital trusts, 1 service provider, an ambulance trust, and a health board too. So over the course of 2 years, what we did was this. We took part in meetings and other network activities and interviewed network members, equality, diversity, and inclusion leads in these organizations, as well as chief executive officers. In total, this ended up to be 45 observations, and we interviewed 63 individuals too. In addition to this, we conducted 2 online surveys in trusts located in England. First, we targeted HR and equality and diversity and inclusion professionals, and this was to map the environment that networks really operate in. So what is the support environment like? We also collected workforce data and information on staff networks from this survey. The second survey targeted all NHS employees, and it captured background information, trust and occupation, job characteristics, and labour market experience, as well as information about staff networks. We received over 4,000 responses to our survey, and that data set includes over 500 LGBT identifying individuals, which is approximately about 12% of the whole sample. Now, a lot of things are actually assumed about LGBT networks. They're assumed to be a great place for visibility of the community and to give it a voice. There's also the assumption that networks help to minimize discrimination and to increase inclusion. Generally speaking, LGBT networks are seen as the right thing to do and a force of good. In part, our research is testing the assumptions out, and one of the key questions that we really want to ask was how diverse are these networks actually themselves? So what we found was quite unexpected. You see it here. LGBT plus networks are seriously lacking in diversity. Firstly, over 40% of members are gay men. Representation of bisexuals is poor, just over 5%, as is representation of trans individuals, which is indicated with the pink bars in front of you. What we effectively have is networks of cisgender gay men, lesbians, and heterosexuals, mostly allies. With figures such as these, one would expect lively conversations at network meetings on membership and representation of LGBT and individuals. This did not generally happen, and discussion on LGBT diversity and other forms of diversity were limited. Instead, concerns were raised about membership largely in terms of the size of the networks and so forth. Concerns were also raised about the barriers for frontline staff and clinical staff to attend network meetings. Keith's account, which I'll show you in a minute, illustrates this well, and the difficulties people face when attending meetings when coverage need to be arranged. Keith mentions time pressure and the added travel time to get to meetings, bearing in mind that people engage in network activities on top of their normal job. Then he talks about the stigma and goes on to say, if you are an occupational therapist, where you're not comfortable about being out, for want of a better word, and how the hell are you going to explain that you're going to a meeting? A few words on LGBT networks meetings. We attended quite a few of these. It's fair to say that meetings are completely dominated by the agenda, leaving limited space for personal sharing or discussion around identities. Typically what you get is at the start of the meeting, people will introduce themselves, but normally only by their name and professional role. As a result, people did not know who is who, and no questions were asked either. The sample agenda in front of you gives you an idea of what was covered in a single meeting, which usually lasted for 2 hours. There were a large number of agenda items to cover, minutes to record and approve, an update log, and planning of events. For me, to gain legitimacy, networks have moved from being purely about supporting LGBT identifying employees to staging events, education, and presenting the organization as inclusive. In fact, space for personal sharing and support was not factored in. In practice, this meant that people waited for the meeting to be open for any other business to discuss issues that really mattered to them. This meant that most interesting discussion took place at a point where people were ready to leave anyway. With no time left, the discussion were rushed and typically not picked up again, and when important issues were raised. So where do we go from here? I would like to put forward 2 simple suggestions. One, and this is a really crucial one, is to get to know your members. I accept the inherent conflict between encouraging sharing of identities and respecting people's need to remain private. However, it's by prioritizing identities and openly discussing them that the status quo can be challenged, and subsequently outreach program then developed to address underrepresentation of groups, because the networks just do not know who they are. Equally, overrepresentation should be acknowledged and measures put in place to create a better balance. And then secondly, create space to share personal stories. This is important for 2 reasons. First, it enables people to get to know each other and to build mutual support. And then it provides vital information about the context where the network will operate in. So then, to return back to the opening statements, yet another meeting, are LGBT breaking the mold? The answer to that is probably not. Meetings prevent some people from attending, as we've seen. They're quite exclusionary. They also are not spaces to invite sharing of personal experiences. And I'll finish on this. Our funders have generously supported us to turn the research findings into theatre and to deliver a total of 15 performances in organisation on demand in collaboration with the production company Little Mighty. The play, which incidentally is called Any Other Business, which the real thing actually did happen, is written by Adam Robertson and directed by Chloe Christian, who you see there. It will feature at York Festival this summer, so please look out for it when the program is released. Any Other Business, it tells the story of Natasha, a lesbian cisgender media officer at a health trust, and the LGBT employee network is called Voice. As the incoming chair of Voice, Natasha faces some fundamental questions about the purpose of the network, issues around inclusion, and where the network's heading. The play really allows us to stage complex and often contradictory ideas on inclusion, voice, and visibility that are central to gaining insight into LGBT employee networks. It also helps to showcase the intangible, including the monotony and boredom associated with meetings. And we did feel that a lot as a research team, and I'm sure that those who were present too felt it too. So, what I can tell you is this, is that the play will not present answers. It will not give you answer to all the issues that LGBT networks are faced with, but it will certainly make you think. And on that note, I'll thank you.
Anna, that's brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, that meeting's tied down by agendas. Yeah, I can sympathise with that. We have that problem too with all sorts of parts of society. And interesting that your talk also picked up on sort of a stigma issue there, which will link back to Maddie's talk as well, as being a bit of a theme. Now I'd like to introduce Professor Kevin Killeen. He is from the Department for English and Related Literature. And you may have heard him on Radio 4 in June, I think it was, Melvin Bragg's programme, if any of you are Radio 4 listeners. He is going to talk to us today about the Doctor of Everything, the teeming world of a 17th century physician, Thomas Brown, as he later became. So, Kevin, over to you.
Okay, I'm glad to see that all of our panel are using this lectern technology. I'll be here as well. I'll start then by just noting something about the word university and its medieval origins. University comes from the word universe, and it involves a sense of the purpose of the university being about the whole of creation, being about the interconnection of everything, of ideas. Today we're hearing about the intricacies and the specificities across the sciences and the humanities and the social sciences. There was a time when this range of disciplines was, it was imagined, possible for one person to compass within themselves. This is the admittedly gendered idea of the Renaissance man. I'm going to be speaking today about one candidate for the coveted title of the last man to know everything. This is him, Thomas Brown. He is a doctor and essayist. His writings are a ragbag of everything that was worth knowing in the 17th century, plus plenty that wasn't as well. He was a scientist, an antiquarian, a biblical scholar. He was a busker of philosophical ideas, as opposed to a schematic thinker. However, he's largely remembered as a literary figure for his lush and lovely language, for his combination of the wistful and the sublime, and for his sweeping descants upon death. He has an impressive roll of admirers. I'll come to some of those as I go on. If he's relatively unknown, it's because he is wholly unplaceable. In terms of discipline. He matters, though, because he writes about everything. He is voracious in his interest, from the highly recondite to the wonderfully ridiculous. But he writes about everything because of a deep-set belief in the interconnectedness of things. Certainly he's capable of specialism. His notebooks are full of anatomical and scientific detail. But for Brown, you couldn't separate off one discipline from another without draining it of its worth. It's not straightforward, though, to convey the demented plurality of things, the cacophony of the universal in finite text. And this is what he aims to do. He writes on the cusp of everything, on how one discipline is connected to another. And in an age when our disciplines are so atomized, that itself has some intrinsic intellectual importance. Today, then, I'm going to tell you about his writings, variously luminous, mystical and scientific. It's part of a project that I'm involved in with scholars scattered across America, Europe and the UK, editing an 8-volume edition of his works. I'm not going to talk much about the process or the nature of historical scholarship involved in that, but rather about him and his ideas. To give you a flavour of his range, I'll just begin by noting something of his vast anti-encyclopedia, Pseudodoxia Epidemica. This is a vast treasury of error, of everything that the world has ever got wrong. Title means an epidemic of false belief, and his purpose is to root out fakery. Is that me? To fact-check the whole of antiquity. and the scientific world. The work established his scientific reputation. It was rated by Robert Boyle, by John Evelyn, by figures of the Royal Society, and it consists across 7 books of the whole of the curriculum of the early modern world. He talks in books 2 and 3 there about mineral and vegetable worlds, about errors related to animals. He talks about historical, geographical, classical, biblical, and pictorial errors as well. Everything worth knowing. But if we move from the book titles to the individual chapter titles, things start to get a bit strange, if not ridiculous. The titles of his chapters have been described as looking like titles of limericks by Edward Lear. He writes, for example, about whether crystal is only ice really tightly compacted. No, it's not, he concludes. He writes about whether, as was sometimes believed, a bear gives birth to an informous lump and needs to lick it into shape. No, it's not, he explains. He writes as well about whether, and he's the origin of this discussion of whether Adam and Eve had navels. His discussion of this doesn't involve too much biblical material. He uses obstetrics and he uses gynecology to discuss the idea of where a navel comes in some great detail. He writes about unicorns, about mermaids, about mandrakes. You could construct the entire plot lines of Harry Potter from out of the contents of Pseudodoxia Epidemica. To castigate such errors, then, is his purpose. But he's also somewhat regretful at having to dismiss their delightful silliness. He's melancholy about the loss of this cornucopia of fantastical beliefs. I think between the book titles and the chapter titles, we have an important dynamic here. We have the serious structure of the world shot through with the absurd, shot through with an absurd that connects the disciplines. He can be a precise scientist, but he also has, in the words of Coleridge, a little twist in his brains. Tony Kushner, the contemporary playwright, author of Angels in America, it talks about the poetics of his scientific thought and a voluptuous style that, he says, melts the tight angles and the straight lines of the Euclidean universe. This has something of Brown about it. I'll give one more critical mention of him from Virginia Woolf. The Bloomsbury crowd loved Thomas Brown for his style, for his language, talking here about his delirious variety. Woolf says, "Now we are in the presence of a sublime imagination, now rambling through one of the finest lumber rooms in the world, a chamber stuffed from floor to ceiling with ivory, old iron, broken pots, urns, unicorn horns, and magic glasses full of emerald lights and blue mystery." I like the idea of a lumber room. I have to admit I didn't know what one was, but Google explains to me it's where bulky and disused things are kept. And this describes Brown quite precisely. He is a writer of disused ideas, of bulky and unwieldy notions, with tremendous shafts of sunlight and dust penetrating through them. I'll give a little bit of biographical background to him. Here he is, outside Primark in Norwich at the moment. He was born in 1605. He was schooled, born in London, schooled in Winchester and Oxford, and lived most of his life in Norwich. That's his life. He followed the path of most prospective physicians of his age, in that he travelled to the prestigious European universities, because, whisper it quietly, English medical education was pretty substandard in the era. Anyone wanting training needed to go abroad. He spent considerable time on the continent, worn out and exhausted by the 30 Years' War. The continent, that is, not Brown. And he returned to an England about to engage in the Civil War. But in his time abroad, he went to Montpellier, to Padua, to Leiden, each of which had their distinct traditions, each of which had a fairly significant influence on him. In Padua, in 1632, he encountered the world of Andreas Vesalius, the theatrical anatomist who established Padua as a centre, the European centre of anatomy, in which anatomy became something of a philosophical spectator sport. We see here his Vesalius's famous lovely pictures of contemplative flayed figures walking in the landscape, a strange combination of philosophy and death that he finds here. At the bottom of the picture, I don't know whether you can see them, there are dogs, there are monkeys, there is bad hygiene going on in this dissection theatre that we have. More importantly, though, is what Vesalius and Brown after him wants to understand as a philosophical and theological montage. It blurs the boundaries between medicine, between metaphysics and theatre. I won't go to Leiden yet, one physician described this, oh, I'm sorry, I'm going the wrong way here. No, go back. Hold on, oh, beg your pardon. Stay there for a moment. One physician described this scene, the dissections, as being as though they were conducted by somebody contemplating the siege at Troy. At times there would be music at the side of these live dissections as they went on. It was a scene perhaps reminiscent of what Bedlam was to become later, which people would attend for social as much as scientific, the ostensible scientific reasons. Now, in Leiden, where Brown went afterwards, and Leiden was perhaps better known for its chemical medicine, but it also had a rather stupendous tradition of anatomical theatricality. It had flamboyant collections. It had emblematic anatomical rooms with embalmed bodies, with paintings. A couple of the details from this. Down the bottom on the left there, we have an Adam and Eve about to pluck an apple, which they have pre-dyed from. On the right here, we have a man holding a flayed skin, and I believe he's mansplaining the nature of flaying to the woman next to him. Up above, a series of skeletons holding flags with adages on them. Pulvus et umbra sumus, we are but dust and shadows. Homo bulla, man is a bubble. Now, Brown's writing has something of this same cacophony about it, this kaleidoscopic sense. And this medical background that he encountered in Europe was something that fed fairly directly into his first work, which is Religio Medici, the religion of a physician. The title is meant to be an oxymoron, a paradox that a physician should have a religion at all. It's difficult to say what exactly the work is about by subject matter because it's digressive, it's diffuse, it ambles across any number of subjects. Brown is a master of indirection. The centre of the text is less any particular subject than Brown's particular tolerance. Put any subject you want in front of him, be it a Platonic mystery, be it medicine, be it foreign food, and he will respond with a torrent of wit, of goodwill, of ingenuity. What Religio Medici does, and what made it a text that attracted a lot of attention, is that it captures a voice in the middle of thinking, undecided, undogmatic, which in the turbulent years of the Civil War was distinctly fresh. One topic tumbles into another, all are connected, everything undergoes a relentless process of transformation. Here's one quote from it, speaking to his sense of disciplinary interchange, those strange and mystical transmigrations that I have observed in silkworms turned my philosophy into divinity. Let me say, by way of closing, a word about historical scholarship and the humanities more broadly. It's customary to note, apologetically, how valuable the humanities are in their turnover of billions. Thomas Brown wouldn't care. about this. They matter because we are human. They matter because of the intrinsic, necessary intertwinedness of subjects. And I began by noting the origins of the word university and how it demands that we think about the fullness, not the narrowness of things. This is what Thomas Browne does with wit, with rhetoric, with a little twist in his brains. Thank you.
Kevin, that's brilliant. Thank you. I thought it was interesting his as a great debunker of myths in the era we live in with fake news. Maybe we need a Thomas Browne for today. Now, I'm not quite sure how we follow that, but we do have Dr. Penny Bickle from the Department of Archaeology, who's now going to talk to us about counterculture, unearthing the truth about complexity, diversity, and inequality in Neolithic times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you so much, everyone, for coming. The stories that we tell about the past matter. They help to contextualise where we are today. They are also often what we base our understandings of what's possible for us as humanity. And with the period that I study, prehistory, that's even more important because we tend to treat that as a natural baseline for humanity, who we are when we peel away all the levels and all the different developments from science and technology. Now, I see my responsibility as an archaeologist who studies prehistory to examine what those stories are and what those narratives tell us about who we are. I specialise in the Neolithic period, so that's the period when we first started farming, when we first domesticated plants and animals. And my research focuses on the Neolithic societies and the social lives of people as we began to settle down and farm. And most recently, I've become interested in thinking about how we've begun to tie the origins of farming with the beginnings of persistence inequality. So the point at which it became inevitable that we would be unequal as a society. And my current project, with collaborators from France and from different parts of the UK, Counterculture, is analysing those kinds of questions. So the link between inequality and farming, we can trace that back really to 18th and 19th century thinkers such as Marx. And these thinkers made a strong connection between farming as the point of origin for persistent inequality because it was about the first time land mattered, access to land. Marx hypothesised even more that while hunter-gatherers might be more cooperative or have more collaborative endeavours, farming would be the point at which inheritance started to matter, the passing on of land from one generation to the next. Now, at Marx's time, archaeology was just in its infancy, and we were only just beginning to sort of develop the discipline itself at the time. But his ideas have remained incredibly persistent and incredibly persuasive up to today. But can we really see this in the archaeological record? So before I go on, I just wanted to give you a quick context to the region that I'm going to be talking about today, and that's the spread of farming in Europe. So agriculture developed in several different parts of the world independently, but in Europe it developed here, in the Near East, about 12,000 to 10,000 years ago, so about 10,000 to 8,000 BC. My research focuses on the secondary development of the Neolithic. That's the spread of domesticated animals and plants into the areas north of the Alps. So here, stretching from France all the way through to modern-day Ukraine. And that period of time developed about 7,500 years ago, or 5,500 BC. So when I tell people that I study inequality in the Neolithic period, people are often very curious to know how it's possible to answer such complex questions from archaeological evidence. They say, but isn't it just broken bits of pottery? Where do you get your evidence from? What prehistorians, what archaeologists do, is we try to layer together as many different types of evidence as possible. We try to compare and contrast the different streams that we have to bring them together to try and investigate different questions. So we actually have a very rich material record for the Neolithic. So I've cheated a bit here. This is a reconstructed example of a Neolithic longhouse from an open-air museum called Mammuts in Austria. And we don't actually know what the upstanding parts of the buildings would have been like, but we do have the post holes, and from that we can tell an awful lot of information. What's relevant for us here, though, is we can also talk about the variation in households. So, on average, these buildings would have been about 20 metres long, so they would have dwarfed anything that would have stood in Central Europe before. But we see variation in their size from about 8 or 9 metres all the way up to 60 metres long, so much bigger than some of the houses which people live in today. Burials, too, give us a fantastic wealth of information. And also suggest that we are seeing a society in which inequality is beginning to develop. So people were buried with a whole range of different types of objects, from no objects at all to incredibly rich assemblages of what we call grave goods. So, for example, some people were buried with what we call polished stone tools, so adzes and axes that probably would have been used for woodworking, that would have taken hours of work to polish up to this high sheen. We also find jewellery made from seashells that would have travelled hundreds of kilometres from the Adriatic coast into Central Europe in order to be buried with people. But are these interpretations so clear-cut? Do the variations we see in houses mean different wealth disparities for the population, or are we merely seeing homes for different types of activities? Your starter home versus the forever home once children come along. And in terms of the burials, are we really seeing objects that belong to the individuals in the graves, or are they gifts from mourners? Are they people standing around the gravesite and giving gifts in memory of that person? So these different interpretations have long been debated in archaeology. And over the last decade or so, we're really lucky to have developed methods which now allow us to add even more information to begin to tease out some of these different interpretations that we've had. The chemical signatures in bones and teeth are allowing us to assess the kind of lifeways that people were living, where they ate, what kind of mobility patterns they had, how much they were moving around. And we're even now able to examine the kind of food particles trapped in dental plaque to examine the kind of diets people had, but also the kind of craft activities and environments that they lived in. What we can do is to begin to compare and contrast all of these different types of evidence together. And what this data gives us is the chance to tell the history for those people who were buried without grave goods, for whom we haven't been able to investigate in as much depth as before. So what I'd like to do now is just to tell you a little bit more about some of these methods. So they work a lot like radiocarbon dating. We analyse the different types of isotopes that are present in the skeleton. And this is because you are what you eat, very literally. The things that you eat go into building up your skeleton as it grows and remodels across the course of your lifetime. So, for example, some bones remodel over the course of 10 or 15 years. So you're never really very much older than about 15 or 20 years. We analysed 3 different isotopes. Carbon and nitrogen isotopes tell us about diet. Nitrogen comes from the meat protein in your diet and varies with the amount of meat or fish that you're eating, or the amount of protein that you're consuming, so where you are in the food chain. Carbon tells us more about plant protein and where you're sourcing your food, so whether you're getting your food from from the land or from water, or whether it's from an open or more forested environment. Strontium is a bit different. This comes from the local geology, and the ratio stays the same as it makes its way from the rocks that have weathered into water, on into plants and animals, and then eventually into the human skeleton. For strontium, we analyse teeth because these grow and mineralise in childhood. So that value is then set from once the tooth has erupted, and we can then compare the value from that individual to the local geology and see whether they've moved during their life or not. In counterculture, we're also developing a really brand new technique called dental calculus analysis. So this is dental plaque. And this is my postdoc, Eleanor Foran, who's been carrying out this research. What we do is we scrape away the remains of the dental plaque left on the teeth, clean it up, and then subject it to a very high-powered microscope. And this allows us to see what kinds of things have been preserved in the dental plaque. And that can be anything that's been in the mouth or inhaled. So, for example, early medieval populations, we found an awful lot of charcoal because they live in very, very smoky environments. And so together, these types of techniques, with the existing evidence that we have, for example, from graves, allows us to test whether the things we see in death are what we see in life. Does status in death match status in life? It also allows us to talk about the outcomes of inequality. Are those people buried with the richest grave goods having the best outcomes? Are they having the best diets? Are they the healthiest people? So now I'm going to go on and talk about the results. I'm going to start with the strontium isotope data. The strontium tells us all about mobility. We found two patterns here. The first one is that women moved more than men. So this graph shows you the value of the strontium, so whereabouts in the landscape people came from. This is the average for the farmland in Central Europe, but it varies a little bit, so we've adjusted this to the mean, and you can see that many of the women, as the circles, are away from the rest of the population. They were the ones that did most of the moving, and we've interpreted this as patrilocality. The second pattern we found was associated with males buried with polished stone adzes, so buried with these stone tools here. We found that they very, very rarely moved. In fact, nearly none of them had moved. The conditions in which they were born into were leading to them being buried 30, 40, 50 years later with this particular object. And we interpret that as perhaps being the first hints that we have of some kind of inheritance taking place, the first time we begin to see it in the archaeological record. However, we see something entirely different if we look at the carbon and nitrogen results, those that represent the diet. So here we have the nitrogen results that tell us about the type of protein, but also how much there is in the diet, and then the carbon, which tells us whereabouts people are eating in the landscape. And the results are very, very tightly clustered. We can see this more clearly when we compare the range, the average range that we see for a Neolithic diet to what we see for something like the Roman period. So men, women and children in the Neolithic are all eating the same food, they're all getting access to the same type of foodstuffs. And so hot off the microscope, if you like, this is some of the results from Eleanor's work with the dental plaque. What she's found is that for some of the women, we found bast fibres. Now, bast, trapped up in the dental calculus, comes from woody plants like hemp and nettle. And we don't think that they're coming from someone drinking some nettle tea. We think they're coming from textile production, because in these individuals, we also see very unusual teeth wear patterns. So this isn't tooth decay. This is where someone has been using their mouth as a tool, holding onto the fabric as they're beginning to create spun fibres. And when we went and looked at the lives of these women, we don't see them having a particular range of grave goods or having a particular diet. This is everybody from across the whole of the population who was engaged in this activity. So I began by discussing some of the ways, some of the early ideas that we've had about how inequality was tied to the start of farming and how that had still influenced us today. Particularly how we tied the beginnings of farming to the origins of persistent inequality, that point at which in time it became inevitable that we were unequal as a society. However, the results from counterculture are suggesting a bit more complex narrative. Rather than the kinds of land ownership or access to particular type of resources predicted by Marx, we're seeing that this didn't carry through in terms of the access to food and to the types of foodstuffs that people were eating. Perhaps we can even propose for the Neolithic that there was an obligation to share the food that you had. You weren't holding on to your resources, you were sharing it. Perhaps through feasting activity. So those broken bits of pottery that we find coming from lavish feasts that were taking place around these different longhouses. Many questions remain, however, and as we go on through the project, we're going to be looking at how these different results and patterns transfer into the later periods in prehistory. Overall, though, we're seeing a very rich and complex story for inequality in the Neolithic, one that can't be reduced to a simple narrative. And I guess I wanted to leave you with a final thought that if the Neolithic can find ways to share out and distribute food in different ways, why can't we do that in the present? And just to acknowledge the support that we've had for the project, particularly our funder, the Arts and Humanities Research Council. Thank you very much.
As an ex-geologist, I love it when people start talking about strontium isotopes, but we won't go there. Now, can I invite all the speakers to come up and join me at the front for a panel?
It's so fantastic to see so many of you here. Welcome to the final session of York Talks 2020. My name's Kate Ravillius. I'm a freelance science journalist based here in York, and I'm delighted to be chairing the session this afternoon. Before we start, can I just draw your attention to the safety notice here and point out the exits in the unlikely event that a fire alarm sounds. So, back to York Talks. Today's event is a window into just some of the fascinating and incredible research happening here at the university. And this last session is focusing on health. Over the next hour and a half, we're going to hear from 4 different academics and cover a vast breadth and diversity of research. The format of the event is to have a 15-minute talk from each academic, and then after which I'll invite them all to come and join me here, and we'll have 30 minutes of discussion when you'll be able to ask questions. So without further ado, let's introduce our first talk, Challenging the Face Race, Why We Need a New Framework to Evaluate and Manage the Emotional Impact of Facial Transplantation. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Faye Bound-Alberti from the Department of History.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here to talk about my work on face transplants. I'm a historian of medicine and emotion. And I am leading an interdisciplinary project into face transplants as a radical, innovative, and still experimental approach to severe facial trauma. What used to be the subject of science fiction is now an everyday reality for some people. I'm going to show 2 graphic images. The first of these I'm going to show now, which is listed for the Wellcome Photography Prize. This is a face in transition. The image comes from a National Geographic story of Katie Stubblefield, who at 18 years old took her brother's gun and shot herself after falling out with her boyfriend. She didn't die, but she did have severe facial trauma. In this image that was circulated around the world's media and in the National Geographic, we see a face in transition. It's been removed from the donor and it's on its way to the recipient. Now, there have been around 46 face transplants in the world, in the US, in Canada, parts of Europe, though not as yet in the UK for reasons we might want to discuss, and in China. There's been very little analysis of comparative evaluation of their impact, and very little about the emotional impact on people and how it is to live with a face transplant. Now, face transplants share similarities with other forms of transplantation, and they connect people, they connect the donors and the recipients, but they're also a very distinct form of transplantation. Katie Stubblefield here in the black, before her gunshot injury, is depicted next to Adria Schneider, her 31-year-old donor. Now, these images were also circulated around the world's media. And they present very happy, beautiful young women, and they make a statement really about what the face is in terms of the ways in which we engage with the world, the way we see ourselves and how we present to other people. We see a very different image behind the scenes. This image is far less well known. It's Katie relatively soon after her surgery. You can still see the stitches, and the face is swollen. You can see on her legs the results, the scarring from the multiple skin grafts that went to the original reconstruction when this part of her face was entirely missing. Now, why this is important is to remind us that a face transplant is not a single solitary act. It's a process. It's a process of transformation, of becoming another person, essentially, and of undergoing a considerable amount of emotional and physical healing. And they're not just emotional processes for the people involved as the recipients. They're emotional processes for the teams. These are the two surgeons leading Katie Sebelfield's operation. All of the surgical team is involved emotionally in the operation, from the prosthetists to the anaesthetists, to the nurses, to the surgeons. Here, they are talking to her parents. Halfway through the operation, they realised that they had to use a different amount of the skin tissue than they had planned. They planned on using just the centre, but they ended up realising they had to use the whole face. So the parents were given an almost impossible question, which was, should we use more skin with all the risks involved, well, to have a better aesthetic result, or shall we use less skin? So they had to make that decision. It's also emotionally impactful for the donor family. This is the grandmother of the donor sitting with her family photos. And donation is difficult because many people don't want to donate their face after death or donate the faces of the loved ones. So there are difficult choices to be made at all stages about selecting a candidate, finding a donor, choices about appearance, gender, ethnicity, tissue match. Very complex practical choices, but also psychological choices. What does it mean to have someone else's face? Does it change your identity? And these were the questions that were very much forefront of the Royal College of Surgeons discussions. Royal College of Surgeons of England in 2003 actually placed a moratorium on face transplants. At that point, the UK was going to be the first in the world to undertake a face transplant at Royal Free Hospital in London. But the Royal College of Surgeons was concerned that not enough work had been done into the psychological impacts and the ethical considerations. As one of the commentators, Linda Hogel, who's a medical anthropologist, said, you're transplanting more than the tissue itself. You're bringing someone's identity and overlaying it on the recipient's body. Sometimes recipients are described as hybrid beings, neither one nor the other. So we don't really know if this is the case because very little work has been done on this. And the questions that are raised by the Royal College of Surgeons back in 2003 remain unanswered. You might be wondering what a historian can do in the midst of all of this. Well, the first thing is exploring the history of surgery and understanding the ways in which face transplants emerged out of techniques that evolved as a response to wartime injury here, a hospital catering to wartime First World War patients. The kinds of degrees of injuries caused to the face during World War I meant that a particular emphasis was placed on ways of healing and new techniques developed that the surgeons working today in face transplants still trace their lineage back to. So surgical conventions, techniques, behaviors, also the attitudes towards patients, the relationship between patients and medical practitioners, attitudes towards something called disfigurement, which is a very problematic term, ideas about what a face should look like. All of these are historically situated and relate to the history of surgery. And so tracing back to World War I and tracing back to World War II and to Harold Gillies and Archibald McIndoe, who you may have heard of, is a really important way of looking at the evolution of surgery on the face. We also need to consider the face in history and the enormous significance that's given to the face. Here, in physiognomy, 17th century physiognomy, and the idea that you took on characteristics facially that represented your emotional character. And here, in Charles Le Brun, and the idea that emotional expression conveys something about your core and even your soul. And this idea that emotional expressions reveal the real us is still with us. So what if you can't express yourself emotionally? What if you don't have facial expressions? Here, cosmetic surgery. And the development, particularly for post-1950, cosmetic surgery and the pressure to look a certain way. So all of the ideas about appearance are tangled up in this notion about what is it to be different? What is an acceptable appearance? What's the relationship between function and appearance? And finally, at the bottom here, this focus that we have now on the face as an object of the self, this face that can be detected, can be, facial recognition software. There's a real emphasis now on the face as encapsulating us. And yet that idea that we are our faces, is a historically situated one. So the About Face project, we are working with a fantastic interdisciplinary team. We're working here. This was the launch event that we held in October, which was wonderful and brought together a surgeon who is at Newcastle, Daniel Saller, who is working on facial reconstruction work. Next to him, James Partridge, who was the founder of Face Equality. And we have psychologists and artists and writers all coming together to explore what the face means. What does disfigurement mean? How do we talk about it? Should we have face transplants? And if not, why not? So those kind of conversations we are having in the pursuit of a new framework for understanding the emotional impact of face transplants. And if they are to be done, what are the ways in which we understand the psychological effects as well as the physical effects? How do we produce comparative frameworks by which we could have some kind of best practice globally? Those are all questions that we're working together to achieve. And our collaborations are taking us around the world. We're working in Canada and in the USA. We're working in parts of Europe. We're working at 6 sites across the UK where there is interest in undertaking face transplants and an awareness of the complexities of this. In the UK, we have not had a face transplant, partly because of the Royal College of Surgeons embargo in 2003, but actually in 2006, the Royal College of Surgeons gave permission to go ahead. However, the NHS will not pay the cost. So this is a really interesting example of how surgical innovation takes place because of particular circumstances, in this case, the development of surgical techniques that came out of war, and how they are influenced by economic interests and the concept of need and of value, and who is in many ways deserving, which is a story that feeds into a lot of transplant discussions. So through doing this work, by working with surgical teams, by working with psychologists, artists, writers, and fundamentally people who live with a visible facial difference, we're really working to change the landscape on how we understand face transplants as a radically new form of innovative surgery. Now, if you want to know more, we have a website and a Twitter feed, and what we will be doing over the next 7 years, because I'm fortunate enough to have funding to undertake this research for 7 years, and what we'll be doing is engaging members of the public, engaging as wide a base as possible to find out how people feel about face transplants and attitudes more generally to facial difference, and what are the languages we should be using to even have these conversations. They are some of our collaborators and contributors. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Faye. So moving on to our second talk, Bodies, Bugs and Hospital Architectures, Designing Healthcare for the Post-Antibiotic Age, I'd like to welcome Professor Nick Brown from the Department of Sociology.
Thanks, Kate. Presentation. Pardon? It's coming, it's coming. While we're just starting, I want you to put your hands up if you've ever had a course of antibiotics. There's quite a few of you who've got both hands up, which suggests you're on antibiotics right now. Okay, so we've grown accustomed to the ubiquity of antibiotics for treating all sorts of infections and illnesses. It's pretty much a kind of everyday expectation that we can have them available. I'm going to come back to this image in a couple of minutes. But basically, whether you've had antibiotics or not, many of us have been exposed to the bacteria and genes responsible for developing resistance to antibiotics. So we are, many of us in this room, carriers of antimicrobial resistance. It's on our hands, it's in our throats, it's in our guts, it's in our toilets, it's in our schools, bedrooms, and it's in this room today. It's estimated that around 700,000 people die annually because of infections that we used to be able to treat fairly routinely with antibiotics, and the situation is far worse in low-income settings. So in intensive care units and transplant centres, in cancer care, we're seeing growing numbers of patients who are also pan-resistant to antibiotics. That is people who are effectively untreatable. So every year around the world, there's around 500,000 new cases of tuberculosis resistant to antibiotics. And it's estimated that by about 2050 or so, annual mortality directly attributable to AMR will rise to around 10 million. Okay, so what can we do? What are we doing? Well, we can reduce prescriptions, we can get patients to take a full course, we can get patients to stop putting antibiotics down the toilet and disposing of them in that way. We can prevent over-the-counter sales, we can limit their use in intensive farming and agriculture, we can use public funds to subsidise pharmaceutical companies not to sell antibiotics as blockbusters, but instead to hold them in reserve for future use. And of course, we can try and produce a whole new generation of antibiotics. Okay, so all of those strategies are really sensible, but the problem with resistance is that it's not some unusual kind of aberration. Resistance is an entirely normal feature of natural evolution. And resistance really occurs very rapidly as well. So we humans pass on our genes generationally. It takes a long time for evolutionary change to occur. But bacteria are able to exchange genes for resistance without even having to reproduce, almost instantaneously. So resistance is inevitable. You might even say that resistance to resistance is kind of futile. Okay, so is there something we're missing? Is it worth thinking about this as a question, possibly even of how we live, and how we lived before antibiotics became available, and what it is that we may have forgotten or lost as antibiotics became ubiquitously available in the last half century. So my background is as a medical sociologist, anthropologist, and the first question that an anthropologist asks is, what is it that makes a particular kind of way of life possible? And that might be people's beliefs and value systems and superstitions, but also where people live and how they live and what they live in. So the arrangement of huts and buildings and villages and camps. Now, as a medical sociologist, I spend a lot of my time in hospitals and clinics where people receive treatment, places like this, because that's where medicine is often done. One of the things that fascinates me is how that these particular kinds of spaces and these buildings reflect different ideas about the body and about health and about the nature especially of infections, and how different they are as well to the kinds of spaces of the past. Okay, so I think there's something extraordinarily haunting and enigmatic or evocative about those pre-antibiotic images of bodies at rest in the kinds of fresh air wards of the 19th century. So the fresh air cure works through things like convalescence, rest, moderate exercise, better nutrition, but also and especially fresh air and sunlight. We know now that the tuberculosis bacterium desiccates when it's exposed to ultraviolet light. Sunlight also boosts the production of vitamin D, it stimulates the immune system. We didn't know back then, but we do know now that bacteria are killed by hydroxyl radicals, so these are short-lived airborne molecules carried on fresh air. They're naturally produced by vegetation and a reaction between water vapor and ozone. So the story that I'm interested in is in how antibiotics have shaped healthcare environments and how the AMR crisis might encourage us to think about these kinds of spaces and speculate on possibly post-antibiotic designs for healthcare environments. And much of this stems from several projects. One is pathways, practices and architectures containing antimicrobial resistance in the cystic fibrosis clinic. So why cystic fibrosis? Well, the lungs of people with cystic fibrosis are heavily colonized with pathogens that can easily cross-infect between people with cystic fibrosis. So these people spend a lot of their lives on antibiotics, and they also spend a lot of their lives avoiding other people with cystic fibrosis. In effect, if two people with cystic fibrosis share any kind of space or they meet, they can kill each other. So some of you may have seen that recent movie. It's called 5 Feet Apart. It's a kind of a film or a story where a dangerous romance develops between two people with cystic fibrosis. And all of the clinics that we work with have stories of these kinds of tragic romances that develop. And the problem for them is, how do you prevent these people meeting in hospitals and hospital buildings that are usually designed for bringing people together? Hospitals that often have deep density, overcrowded kinds of layouts. And in another project, we've been working with colleagues at the Royal College of Art to develop exhibition materials exploring these shifts from the pre-antibiotic to a potentially post-antibiotic hospital world. Okay, so let's start by going back to the pre-antibiotic. So this is an architectural drawing of a late 19th century children's ward. It's in Boston, Massachusetts. It's a classic variant on a number of designs for fresh air wards of the period. And this is a medical discourse that's influenced by miasmic theories of contagion. So illness is a product of chemical processes and fermentation and putrefaction. So air must move if it's not to fester. Each bed has a window, its own window, opening onto a surrounding balcony, and beds can be wheeled outside during the daytime. There's also a central chimney that's drawing air in and up and out. So the whole design is about the introduction of fresh air and sunlight. And it's worth remembering actually what kind of body it is that the pavilion is based upon. So from the French, papillon, literally the butterfly tent. As we move into the end of the 19th century, into the 20th century, we see a transition from miasmic kinds of designs to germ theory designs. So in the context of germ theory, there's a new emphasis on the problem of touch and the prevention of contact between people and objects and surfaces. So here we start to see the segmentation of hospital space. And you can see here the introduction of cubicles, reducing the risks of contact and contamination. Okay, so we've discovered bugs, but that emphasis on light and air and open space remains. So a few weeks ago, I visited the new Welcome Collection exhibition at the Science Museum in London, where you'll find this wonderful 1932 King's Fund miniature model of a hospital design, so state-of-the-art for the time. And here you'll see the arrangement of wards and beds. It's quite spacious by modern standards. And there's also this kind of fully glazed, cylindrically shaped kind of series of day rooms surrounded by balconies for convalescence, possibly after surgery and so on. These are the operating theatres with these fantastic designs for a kind of fully glazed bay on the outside of the building to kind of expose the operating theatre to natural daylight, sunlight, to the maximum possible. And you almost get the impression that the architects, if they could, they would have taken the operating theatre out of the hospital entirely and had it outside of the building rather than inside the building. And at the same exhibition, you can see this, which is it's a model made by a very proud patient of the hut that they were housed in at Papworth Fresh Air Hospital just outside Cambridge, again from the 1930s. Two of the most famous examples of this emphasis on air and light are the clean modernist designs of Jan Duca's Zonneaustraal, just in the Netherlands, and Paomo by Alvar Aalto, just outside Turku in Finland. both stunning examples of 1920s tuberculosis sanatoria. Okay, so what happens when antibiotics come on the scene in the latter half of the 20th century? Okay, so I want you to think about this space. Again, hands up if anybody's ever spent any time there. Yes, that's right. Yeah. Some people got their both hands up. Yeah. York is actually a very special hospital. It's a very special space. It was celebrated at the time it was built for being one of the most cost-efficient hospitals ever constructed in the United Kingdom, and pretty much holds that record, I think, since. So it's got a really tight geometry. It's got very low ceilings. It's got very densely arranged ward bays. There's an attempt to circulate light and air with this kind of wraparound system of glazing, and also the positioning of internal garden courtyards that many of you will be familiar with. But basically, York is an incredibly dense and packed hospital environment. So, like lots of similar hospitals, it has a main single entrance into a public atrium that's crowded with waiting areas and shops and cafes. There's a pharmacy, there's a welcome information desk, and so on and so on. Now, the historian, Robert Budd, and other historians suggest that antibiotics have concentrated healthcare delivery within ever more efficiently compact architectural designs. So arguably, what makes York possible, in fact, is the availability of antibiotics. So infections become a matter for pharmacology rather than design. So antibiotics rather than sunlight and space and fresh air. Okay, so what do we do if antibiotics are failing and if the hospitals that we built around antibiotics are failing too? Okay, so if you followed the TV series The Bridge, hands up, anybody who's seen The Bridge? We're doing lots of hands. Yes, good, yes. Again, some people have got both hands up. It's very good. So The Bridge, you will have seen this in the opening credits. So this is an infectious disease hospital in Malmö in Sweden. It was one of the first architectural designs specifically for the post-antibiotic era. That was the architectural brief. So each of its individual patient rooms are accessible directly from the outside, from these kind of wraparound balconies. So there's no single entrance into the hospital. Instead, there's lots of different individual entrances, so people can come in and out of this environment without necessarily mixing. Each of those walkways is semi-open to the fresh air, protected by these long glazed panels. So it's quite startling, in fact, how the layout of this building is so reminiscent of that kind of pavilion design that I showed you earlier on. Most of the rooms have these really expensive air pressure systems, so you can increase the pressure within the room to protect patients from pathogens outside, or you can reverse that and you can decrease the pressure to prevent infections coming in. So controlling air pressure in this kind of way relies upon a really sealed kind of environment, and those airtight doors have really got to be locked and working. But when I was there last, a couple of months ago, the staff were telling me how patients like to prop the door open to the outside, completely defeating this multi-million, quadruple expensive air management system, because they want the fresh air, but they also want to hear the city. They want to hear voices and they want to hear traffic. Now, there's lots of other examples of hospitals built along those kinds of designs, sometimes actually in resource-challenged kinds of areas, in quite simple kinds of ways. Post-antibiotic design could also be about materials. So we're starting to see an interest in rewilding hospital environments using biofilms, so surfaces where harmless bacteria can grow to outcompete resistant pathogens, or bioreceptive designs and the use of things like concrete and stone and untreated woods and cork and grasses. Hospital designs in the developing world have often actually drawn on these kinds of principles, bringing the external environment necessarily into the internal clinical space. In some of this, I think there's also an interesting critique of a 20th century infatuation with hygienic sterility and the idea that all bugs are bad when we know that's no longer the case. So I'm going to stop here. I don't want to romanticise the past. This isn't about a return to some kind of bucolic world of sunlight and sunshine and fresh air and ecological harmony. People routinely died in their droves in the fresh air wards of the 19th century, and antibiotics have made lots of lives, indeed in this room, possible that would have otherwise been snuffed out. But they've also underpinned ways of living and even building that are now called into question. So a recent article in The New Scientist speculates on a future where we may well see architects and doctors and building managers, they don't mention patients, but working together to take account of our microbial companions. And we might, who knows? So this is a bit of a provocation. I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues here, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. So moving on to our third speaker, caring about the evidence, changing the face of palliative care for children in the UK. I'd like to welcome Dr. Lorna Fraser from the Department of Health Sciences.
Thank you. Although deaths in childhood have reduced markedly over the last 40 to 50 years, there are still more than 4,500 children who die in England and Wales every year. Many more children are living with chronic complex conditions that may shorten their lives and who would benefit from input from children's palliative care services. This is Martin House Children's Hospice in Boston Spa in West Yorkshire. When Martin House opened its doors in 1987, it became only the second children's hospice in the UK, the first being Helen House in Oxford. Palliative care services for children have developed over the last 35 years in the UK. This has very much been on a local basis, with heavy reliance on individual clinicians, families and charities, including children's hospices. We now have about 10 hospital-based paediatric palliative care teams in the NHS and 53 children's hospices in the UK. These children's hospices on average receive about 20% of their funding from the government. Adult hospices receive about 33% of their funding from the government. Is palliative care for children really less important? Martin House has been involved in research for many years, and I myself have worked with them on studies they've funded since 2008. In general, however, there is a real dearth of high-quality research in this topic area. We're delighted in 2016 when the Board of Trustees at Martin House agreed to fund a bold and ambitious programme of research in partnership with the University of York, the Martin House Research Centre. The vision was that this research centre will undertake high-quality research of national and international significance that will make a difference to the lives of these children and families. The funding of Martin House Research Centre came shortly after we just completed a study commissioned by the Scottish Government, Children in Scotland Requiring Palliative Care, Identifying Numbers and Needs. This study showed there was many more children living in Scotland with life-limiting conditions that may shorten their lives. And as part of the study, we produced 10 key policy recommendations for the Scottish Government. These were mainly around access to palliative care services for children, particularly babies, those under 1, and teenagers and young adults. But we also made recommendations about the psychosocial support care needs of their families. This report was part of the evidence that went to the Scottish Government that resulted in 2 key impacts. Firstly, the strategic framework for palliative and end-of-life care in Scotland committed to the development of children's palliative care for the first time. Secondly, the Scottish Government committed to invest £30 million over the next 5 years in the further development of children's palliative care. Given that the population of Scotland is almost identical to the population of Yorkshire and Humber, this is a significant investment. We have the Chief Executive of Martin House here today, and I can guarantee he would be doing cartwheels around the front here if we had that sort of an investment in Yorkshire and Humber. Feel free, Martin, if you wish to. We have seen this investment come to fruition recently in Scotland. Just before Christmas, a partnership between Children's Hospice Association Scotland and the Royal Hospital for Children in Glasgow launched their first hospital-based supportive and palliative care team. Research can make a difference. There are growing numbers of children with life-limiting conditions. You can see in this graph here it's higher prevalence in the under ones, but in all age groups of children, these are increasing. This is predominantly down to the fact that these children are being treated more often with medical technologies such as artificial feeding tubes, home ventilation, and more aggressive management of complications such as infections. Some recent work we did showed that these children accounted for about approximately 58% of all admissions to paediatric intensive care units in the UK. This is resulting in these children surviving longer, often into adulthood, something that would have been unheard of 20, 25 years ago, but this has a real impact on services. These children have a very wide range of underlying diagnoses. Less than 20% have cancer. Much more common is more complex conditions affecting the brain and nervous system, genetic conditions, or congenital conditions present from birth. We do have national clinical guidelines on palliative care for children and young people in the UK. They make 143 recommendations about these care, but the vast majority of these recommendations are based on expert opinion or low-quality research evidence. I feel this lack of high-quality research evidence is a real risk. Just because we're trying to do good doesn't mean that we're not doing harm. We need evidence of both. There are currently huge issues with funding, with several children's hospices in the UK at risk of closure. Therefore, it's important that we can understand how best to design and develop services in the most effective and efficient way so that more children can benefit from these care. As I said, I've been working in this area since around 2008, and what has been really nice to see is the real engagement of the sector over that time period. I must admit, to start with, people were very apprehensive about the concept of research in this topic area. I think I was allowed to do it because I was a paediatrician, and that was kind of all right, but they were very scared about what we were going to say and what we might find out. Things have really changed, and we've been working a lot with the hospice sector and with the NHS. This is evidenced recently by a survey that we had undertaken about the care of a child after they've died in children's hospices, and we had nearly 80% of the children's hospices respond to that survey. Research funding is competitive, and children's palliative care is often not a priority for many of our research funders. However, since the start of the Martin House Centre, we've got 4 studies funded by the National Institute for Health Research, the main government body for funding health research in England. These studies include studies looking at the transition from children's to adult services, something that our parents talk about as falling off a cliff edge. We have a study starting in the next few months looking at the role of chaplaincy services in the NHS. One of these studies that I feel very passionately about is about the health of parents of child with a life-limiting condition. We now have this expectation that if your child is diagnosed with a very complex and chronic medical condition, that you become a healthcare provider as well as a parent. That must have an impact on both your mental and physical health. And this study is looking both to quantify these impacts, but also to try and work out how best healthcare can provide support to these parents and families. We wouldn't have been able to get any of these external funding had it not been from the baseline funding from Martin House. Much of the research that we're doing is national studies, but it's also really important that we continue to work with local and regional services. In Yorkshire and Humber, we have 4 children's hospice organisations, you can see highlighted in pink there. We have 2 specialist children's hospitals, one in Leeds, one in Sheffield, and we also have 14 district general hospitals that also care for children. Unfortunately, we don't have one of the 10 specialist paediatric palliative care hospital teams in Yorkshire and Humber. All these organisations are working together under the umbrella of the Yorkshire and Humber Children's Palliative Care Network. And this network is piloting a new service specification for NHS England and is being held up as leading the way for trying to provide 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week palliative care services for children. I managed to persuade NHS England that doing a formal evaluation of this would be very helpful so we could share our learning in a systematic way to the other regions of the UK as they start to develop their own services. Working closely with key policymakers such as NHS England is enabling us to contribute to getting a more integrated approach to care for these children. The Martin House Research Centre now has a team of 11. In the 3 years since we started, we've completed 4 studies. We have 11 ongoing and 2 due to start. These range from large population-level studies looking at data collected in hospitals to in-depth interview studies of parents about the early days after their child has died. I can't tell you about all of them, but I will mention a few in the next slides. Our approach to research is collaborative and multidisciplinary. We need experts in many different topic areas and in many different research methods. It's really important that we have all our key partners involved from the point of planning a study, not just when we have the results to share. And these partners include clinicians and service providers such as hospices, but they also include the parents and young people themselves. We have a very active family advisory board and young persons group who help advise us on individual studies and also about the strategy of the research centre. Our parents are very good at telling us how we could do things better, and particularly to stop being so paternalistic. We worry a lot about research adding an additional burden to these families, but they are very clear they want to be the ones to decide whether they want to be involved in research or not. They don't want other people making that decision for them. These families have been instrumental in some of our successful studies to date. When we had some initial stakeholder work about what were the important research questions for us to be undertaking, something that was raised by the young people was concerns over the staff that cared for them and their well-being. Issue over workforce in children's palliative care has also been raised recently by the national charity for children's palliative care, Together for Short Lives. Their survey showed that on average children's hospices have a nursing vacancy rate of more than 12%, and 2/3 of these vacancies are empty for more than 3 months. My colleague Jo Taylor is leading a study called Staff Wellbeing in Children's Hospices. And this study aims to understand the work-related stressors and rewards about working in a children's hospice, and also to identify support systems and organisational practices that offer the most potential to enhance well-being at work. This study is ongoing, but some of the unique features that have come out in the first phase is that the concept of being able to provide a good end-of-life care for a child is a key reward of a children's hospice. And relating back to what I said earlier, one unique stressor is the issue around funding and the reliability on charity funding. The impact of having a child with a life-threatening condition affects a whole family, and we're currently doing studies looking at the health and well-being of mothers and fathers. But one of our PhD students was particularly interested in the support provided to siblings. This photograph here of Joseph and Eve. Joseph died in 2017 from a rare form of childhood cancer. His mum Sarah is a very active member of our family advisory board. There are support programmes for siblings like Eve where their brother or sister has cancer, and when our student collated all the evidence on this, they showed in general there was positive effects on siblings like Eve. But there were very few studies that have looked at the evidence, and there was very few support programmes for children whose brother or sister had a different condition other than cancer. Whilst there is a focus on managing the very complex physical symptoms that go along with these underlying conditions, the psychological needs of both the children and parents have been highlighted recently in several key policy documents. Mary Barker, another of our PhD students, is looking at levels of anxiety and depression in children with life-limiting conditions. When she's collated and summarised the research evidence to date, she showed that overall there was an anxiety prevalence of 19% and a depression prevalence of 14% in this population. This is much higher than the general population prevalence in children, which is seen in the dotted red line here. This really highlights the need for psychological assessment and monitoring in this population. The study also raised another issue in that most of the studies have been done in populations such as children with cancer where they're developmentally and cognitively normal, and it's relatively easy to assess symptoms of anxiety and depression. But there were very few studies in children with the larger population, children with very complex or progressive neurological conditions. Therefore, the next stage of Mary's work is going to be looking at data collected routinely in general practice and in hospital to try and estimate the levels of anxiety and depression in the broader population of children and young people with life-limiting conditions. I said earlier that parents are one of our key partners, and you can see this quote from Kirsty, one of our bereaved parents who is a member of our family advisory board, that she really feels we do listen to and act on their advice and input. This is so important. They are the experts in this topic area. The work of the whole team of the Martin House Research Centre is opening the door to research in this area. The bold and ambitious investment from Martin House has enabled us to develop a wide-ranging portfolio of research, leverage further external funding and work closely with policymakers and start to make a difference to children with life-limiting conditions and their families. Thank you.